And we're live. We got the
Yep.
backstage set up and ready to go.
Yep.
We got
Yep.
topics. Let's jump into this shit. Let's give these people a good show.
Yep. Topic is food shortages. Is that right?
And energy.
And I think it's going to happen. Yes, very soon, by the end of September.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's basically we are now using the reserves of the beginning of the year in terms of food and in terms of energy supply.
Um. Everybody is a Klaus. Everybody is a Klaus Schwab puppet.
You mean the heads of the government? Yes, and including even the middle politicians, even the all those who work in parliaments are puppets of the directly or indirectly of the World Economic Forum. The
Well,
paid.
isn't Larry Fink worse or just as bad as Klaus? Here, Larry Fink is worse because he's buying all the housing market.
You have Bill. You have Kill Gates too. Is
Right.
And
He's a
Ted
what?
Turner. And the
and
CC and China.
Kissinger. The
Well, okay, so Ted Turner, he owns the most cattle in the world. Ted Turner owns the most cattle. Bill Gates, he owns the most farmland in the United States. And and the CCP and the CCP bought like tons of land. And the CCP bought a bunch of land in North Dakota.
have you heard about the rumors that China might invade
Taiwan.
America through California? Basically, Newsom will allow Chinese troops to land in California,
When
and but
when
with
when did that story come out?
that story came from a
Well, when when
special,
when when?
I think, last year.
I didn't hear. I heard nothing about that. But
That's
Yeah,
a
I haven't
rumor
heard about that. Sounds like a pretty big betrayal if he
that is
did.
going to happen. Newsom is at the mercy and he's ready to betray America as soon as the CCP tells them.
Well, his who is it? Polly Dent Pelosi, is that his aunt? Isn't it?
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
she's been doing a lot of business through them. With the freighting.
And the rumors is that China is going to hide the tanks and the Chinese troops in a commercial ships. So that's what they
Oh,
China is going to engage its normal commercial industry into a wartime industry. That's what they are doing right now, and they might cut the supply chain from
Well,
China to the West.
if they really want to wipe us out, man, they won't have a problem doing that. All they'll do is just starve us to death, and then everybody within the cities, societies, and plantations is just going to come after each other, and even whoever manages to outlive everybody within those societies or cities, obviously the government's going to send whatever troops they have to wipe them out. So yeah, they can do it, man. People think they can, but
I've
I think they can.
I've heard they've been having a problem of their own keeping food supplies up.
Yeah, but the CCP doesn't care about their fucking population. They can
That's a
call
good
out of
point.
them.
That's a good point. As long as they have food to feed their army.
That's right.
The ghost- You've heard about the ghost cities in across China. So basically, the CCP built ghost cities where nobody lives just to maintain the price of the real estate, which is one of the highest in the world. So the real estate is valued at $60 trillion in mainland China.
Yeah. Well, TFM was saying, I think he said it last year, that the CCP. I don't know. This is what I'm going by, what he said, and he's obviously one of the top leading manosphere content creators. He said that the CCP might be out the door or something like that. He said they might be having a downfall, but I don't see how when we're talking about
Yes,
that.
it has been happening since the fake pandemic has been put in place in China to kill the revolutionaries. Basically, it
Oh,
began in Hong Kong in November 2019.
okay. So then
So
he's right
the
then.
movement came from Taiwan because Taiwan is the good China.
Okay, so TFM is right then.
Yes, so the movement began in Taiwan. There's a lot of Taiwanese spies across China. They've been trying to influence the local Chinese population in order to revolt against the CCP, which is fine, of course. You will prefer China to be like Taiwan.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's funny because uh, I've been going to massage parlors, and I thought they were mainly, Filipino or Taiwanese, but I have a certain taste, and I asked one of them to find me a certain one, and she was like, "Oh, only Chinese are that tall." And so when she got there, I heard them all talk basically the same language. So I asked one of the girls that I'm really cool with, "Do they all speak the same language or different dialects?" And basically, yeah, they kind of do and
They all
understand.
they were Taiwanese hookers. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they found me a Chinese one because I have a thing for tall women. And so obviously Taiwanese are not tall. So Chinese women actually are more sexually dimorphic, meaning that they're just as tall and big as men. So they found me one, and when she got there, they started talking to the Taiwanese like nothing. So I was like, whoa! So they pretty much understand their language, and they must know Chinese. I mean, Taiwanese is not the same as Chinese, unless they have like a similar dialect. I don't know. But
No,
when I
see,
asked,
it's the same language. Yeah, there's no
oh,
difference.
okay, so then yeah, I thought they
The
had like,
Chiang Kai-shek, the guy who founded Taiwan, he was a nationalist Chinese. He was an ally of the Chinese emperor before he was killed by the communists.
oh, okay, makes sense. Yeah,
And most of the nobility that lived in China had to flee to Taiwan.
okay. Oh, thanks for
So
telling me.
they've been working on getting people to consent to population control, and if they did acquire that, they they would do more than just control the amount of people. They would also be trying to control the type of people.
Yes, they are eugenists from the Darwin times. They believe that only certain types of humans must reproduce and survive because
Right.
they tell you so. It's not based on something concrete. It's based on their beliefs, whatever they think.
And crashing the food supply and the electric grid would be one way that people would be desperate enough to consent to it,
Right. Yeah.
which is one reason they don't want men getting together and communicating. And
Exactly.
they want us dependent so that we don't realize that we don't really need a lot of the electricity, and we are perfectly capable of growing enough food to sustain ourselves. It's hard work, especially without electricity, especially without gasoline. It looks like they're starting from one end, starting a big fire on one end and a smaller one at the other, trying to burn the candle out from two different directions at the same time.
I got a question. You guys probably can answer this way better. Two questions actually in one. I don't see how the system that they
Let's
have.
get the timer.
I don't see how the system that these elites keep running. I don't see how, on one end, I don't see how they can keep it flowing because people are going to rebel eventually. obviously when the food runs out and very essential necessities run out, you're going to see obviously what we're talking about, which is shit hitting the fan. And then the other way, I don't also see how it can all go to crap, because I mean, everything, I mean, the America's falling apart, but I don't see no great reset. I don't see anything happening like widely on the streets. The police are still available. I don't understand. So if you guys can answer those two questions, probably have a better.
I can answer you if you want.
Of course.
So basically, you are now seeing the beginning of the end of this current world or paradigm. It's going to take time. In some countries, it's going to be abrupt. In others, it's going to be sudden, like it happened in Sri Lanka. The more wealth the country has, the more time it has, or maybe not. And it depends on how conciliant and how obedient the population is, of course. If the population still has morality based on their education levels and their religious beliefs, it's going to take more time. For example, Eastern Europe. If they want to call the population in Eastern Europe because they live through communism, it's going to take more time. You have the examples of what happened in Serbia during the lockdowns. 2 days just after the lockdowns, you had almost all men in the streets ready to take action. They were telling the government, if you continue like this, we're gonna riot and we're gonna burn everything down and we're gonna kill you, politicians. And you know what happened? They backed down. That the Serbs, they live through communism and they live through the fucking civil war against the Muslims. So TFM, one of them, like you say, one of the guy who was the loudest voices in the manosphere, he said that hard times create strong men. Well, it's a known quote. Everyone knows this quote. Hard times create strong men, and
good times create weak men.
Yeah, easy times create weak men. So we are now at the end of this tale, the end of the current paradigm, and yeah, weak men have to die. Not just weak men. But women will die too, of course.
Right. But I mean, that was awesome how you answered that. I completely get it. But I still think that even if that great reset happens, obviously I know the answer. We all know the answer. If nothing happens, nothing happens. But
the great reset is already happening. What do you think the lockdown is?
Okay.
What do you think the fake pandemic was?
Pandemic.
It's fear porn.
Yeah. And how many businesses, how many people have already lost their lives? Millions.
Yeah.
It's already in motion. The fucking reset, the destruction of the economy, it's something that is going to happen. It's already in motion. You cannot change it.
Okay.
Who wants it next?
I'll take it. So the thing that they did with the businesses, we've already seen that on a smaller scale in Tunisia with the Arab Spring, and also some things in China. There was a lot of assistance for the Tunisian revolution that was fueled on Twitter. Can't really say it was fueled by Twitter, but it was by a lot of people on Twitter sharing a bunch of fear porn and desperation and hysteria, while people on the other side remained ignorant to it. And those two things together, especially when you put them in the political world, are like fire and ice. And if it happens slowly, if you put fire and ice closer and closer to each other slowly, it creates fog. But if you put them together all at once, it's a very volatile reaction, like an explosion. And there's been a lot of empires that have fallen that way. A lot of how they work those things together is through a process called dialectic. And what dialectic does, from what I've gathered, is it takes common understanding or common sense, and it poses an argument towards it. And it's supposed to, or it's said to bring people closer to the truth. But when it's abused and forced in an unnatural manner, all it really ends up doing is taking an hypothesis or a thesis and clashing against it with an antithesis to create a synthesis. That synthesis can be determined if the people posing those other two factors are in control of those two factors, which is something that they're doing with the fear porn, with the BLM movement, the Democrats versus Republicans, and all the cognitive dissonance in between. It's exhausting people's potential for logical processing, and basically making them feel like they have no choice but to resort to processing things with their emotions. And emotion doesn't wait around, because it knows it's fleeting, it's in the wind. So it's very demanding and wants results now. So they try and put these opposing ideas together to where people just want solution. You know, they want the problem solved right away. So they just reach their hands up and say, do something. Anybody, do anything. And they surrender their liberties for security.
Damn. Sounds about right.
Who wants it?
TNF should go. He hasn't spoken.
Yeah, sure. What China's actually doing, they're buying up all the ports all the way down to New Zealand. So all the little countries, you know, in the Torres Strait and Indonesia and all that, they're buying all those ports up. So what their game move is, pretty much it'll become a no air zone or fly zone or shipping lane. So if you want to do business in sail or fly around the world, if you hit those countries, you'll be probably shut down. That's what they're trying to do in their little game of chess. You know, they just don't want Taiwan. They want to dominate the entire world. So, and Australia's starting to see that now. They've been warning about it for a little while, but it's a bit too late, because they're buying up other countries, other ports, and some countries have a lot of gold too. So that's their game plan. But this whole pandemic has been masterminded for many, many decades. So, you know, it was no accident what they're doing, but to burn both candles at both sides or whatever, and slowly move us, the sheeple, you know, into a position basically, so you'll have to surrender. You'll have to submit to say, okay, we give up, we give in to your demands. That's where we're heading within the next, I reckon, couple of years, if not sooner.
Damn,
so
yeah, that sounds about right.
I mean, that's what they're doing in the South Pacific. It's not just Taiwan they want. They want to control that whole shipping lane, and so airspace. So basically, you'll be they're shot down. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
So they already bought one of the ports in Australia, in Darwin. We're trying to get out of that contract, and yeah. So by owning a port, this so-called what's it called again? I think I've forgotten the word. But they buy certain ports, and they bring in money to do infrastructure in your own country, and then it's a 99 year lease, and so that's what they do. And then basically you're held captive. You can't pay it back because there's so much debt there. And that's what they did. That's what they did in Victoria and 2 states down from where I am. They tried to did it, and then the federal government had to step in and say, no, you're not doing that. So they had to pass legislation to stop them. Oh, it's called the Belt and Road Project.
Damn.
Look it up. That's what they do. They come into your country and they start helping you, and you're, this is a good idea. And then you realize, oh, fuck, how much money is it going to cost?
Yeah, it's not but manipulation after manipulation after manipulation. Good stuff, man. Thanks. Sith, you should be next, man. You've been quiet.
Yeah. So
Wait. Didn't he go
It is
first? Wait. Didn't he go first?
yeah, I went first, so someone else to speak. I
Mac,
think it's
your show, bro.
Okay. What I wanted to tell you guys, the Great Reset. What they're trying to do is they're trying to fuck with our energy. They're trying to make food extremely scarce. They're trying to make food scarce to where bugs are like our only option. and basically what I've heard that they're trying to do is that they're trying to like if it gets that bad, they're trying to do it like if it gets that bad to where I'm hearing some background noise from somewhere. Oh, we got a 6 per. Okay, I'm pausing my time.
yeah. I can tell you one thing, brother. The oceans are already being destroyed by the fucking pollutants they're putting in the water. So the Great Reset is in motion.
Welcome, Contriver.
Hello, guys.
Hello,
Hello.
bro.
Hi, bro.
You should go like this. Try like this.
You were saying, Mac?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of closing this thing out.
You talking about the stream?
No, my point.
Go for it.
So okay, with the Great Reset, they're trying with the Great Reset. The Great Reset, they're trying to get it so bad. They're trying to get it to where energy and food is so scarce. They're trying to get it to. They're trying to get it to where we beg for the Great Reset because life is so fucked up.
Yeah. And they also want to cull the population as much as possible with this reset.
And if I have to bottom line this, and if I have to bottom line my 3-minute monologue, it's that they want things to get so bad. Is that they want things to get so bad that we beg for these social credit scores and for these controls.
Oh yeah. And they'll make it. They have already prepared all the fucking infrastructures for after the Great Reset.
Damn.
And
go ahead.
Let him finish.
Yeah.
My final point. My final point is that the masses. They need to wake the fuck up now. My final point is that the masses. my final point. The masses, they have to wake up. The masses, dude. You guys already know. The masses, they have to know what we know.
They're not going to, man. They're too stupid to wake up.
They're too stupid and they are too cornered in their own fucking small lives, be it men or women. All they they are solipsistic, if you know the word. The world centers around them.
Yeah,
Everything that is 1 mile away from them doesn't matter to them.
they can't be aware. Every how did Zero said, he said it best himself. God damn it, I know what it means, man. But
I remember talking to one of my female colleagues about what's happening with the lockdowns and the fucking vaccines. You know what she told me? I don't give a shit. I don't want to know. I don't care. You know what I told her? Everything comes down knocking on your door, no matter what you think.
Exactly. Yeah, even not giving a shit. No, that's right. You put her in her place.
First, they came from for the communists. I did nothing. Then they came for the fucking nationalists, and I did nothing. Then they came for me, and there was no one to protect me or back me down.
Who wants their monologue?
I just got a quick question, and I'll let Contriver go because he hasn't said anything. It's a little bit outside the subject. Dude, what happened to Amanda's channel? Did it went down or what? Because I haven't seen her stream a lot.
No, she streamed
Actually, yesterday we had a 6-hour stream as usual.
Oh, okay. Because I haven't. I went to her channel because I haven't talked to her in a long time. And it seems like she lost or she took down some videos. I don't know what happened. I thought she got what's the word, banned or something.
No, she did not get banned. Actually, she there were some issues regarding police and FBI ending up on her
What?
doorstep. So that is why she actually had to that she could still save her YouTube platform, and
Well,
that's it.
you cut off for a
But
minute.
anyways,
See what
apart
you
from
said?
that, yeah, I think someone sent Texas A&M University Police as well as a criminal investigation joint terrorism task force on her doorstep. So that was the case. So
Damn.
I mean, that was a long issue. We can talk about that later backstage.
What
If
country?
I,
Where country is
yeah,
she from? Is that Australia?
No, United States.
Texas.
Yeah, she lives in the same state as me.
So they are now fucking putting descendants in jail, even in Texas.
Oh, they've been doing that. Yeah. They do it in every state. But I warned her because I've been talking to her for a while. And I told her that was going to happen, and she thought it wasn't going to happen, and it did ended up happening. But she didn't listen.
Did she talk about fucking January 6th?
I don't remember that, but she talked a lot about the manosphere, the red pill, the black pill, and then she started talking about university and anti-feminism. And I warned her that they were going to come after her, and she didn't think they would just because she was a female. But no,
She's going to get out, but they are going to tell her never talk about this, or next time you go to jail.
Yeah.
They did the same with Undead Chronic.
Yeah.
Hey,
Anyway, let us go to the monologue. Who is going next?
Should be Contriver. Should be you, man.
Okay. Sorry.
You're good.
Yeah. So, yeah. Can I have the timer? Okay. The thing is, people don't understand that, food products or fast moving consumer goods, as we call it, FMCG, as well as running the infrastructure, is going to become so dependent that people are going to rely more and more on government and give away their liberties one by one. And if you know anything about government, it means in Latin control of the mind. And in George Orwellian 1984 Animal Farm dystopian reality, the government is always tyrannical. The government owns you. It is not just an entity or some people, these are actually the institutions. There should be no tax on anybody, be it Walmart, be it Jeff Bezos, or be it you. You should also not get a ticket for anything. The thing about the government is either there is going to be a World War III, which has been written in Albert Pike's the letter Morals and Dogma. Either that, or there is going to be some sort of a global government, which has been said in Senate, by the way, by Council on Foreign Relations. And at least I know from the John Burke Society and elsewhere that they are pretty open about it, what they say and what they discuss. So either there is going to be a world war, or either there is going to be, or there is going to be a global government. You pick your side. I mean, I'm all for World War III. At least we would be able to display our hashtag toxic masculinity. Uh, apart from that, what I think is people need to go back to our roots. We need to revert back to our roots as to how we used to do things uh, 5,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, during the Paleolithic age, when the Epic of Gilgamesh was written, when Beowulf was written, and that sort of such stuff. It requires you to have a recognition of the hunter gatherer phenomena, and the hunter gatherer phenomena for men to become hunter again, because many of us living here, even in suburban areas, most of us don't know anything at all, or someone might know as an exception, but most of us, how many of us know anything about hunting and prepping? I'll expunge on that.
I don't know. I don't even know about agriculture.
I'll go next. So I agree with everything you said. And yeah, I don't think most people, not even most men, know anything about agriculture. But the thing is that even if we were to go back to, like you said, hunter gatherer, I think it's too late, man. And again, as much as guys might hate for me to bring it up, but I don't, because going back to that means going back to traditional roles, very, very old traditional roles. And women have a lot of power these days, like so much power that they're even part of the elites. So I don't see them trying to get to that reset, because that would mean them being, back in the kitchen and obviously mother traditions and stuff like that. So I think a lot of women would probably kill themselves before they ever, ever, ever go back to that hunter gatherer, tradition, because women at those times had to be very nurturing to be good mothers and, to
Yeah.
raise sons and daughters. So I just don't see how the great
Yes.
reset will really happen, especially when
It,
they
it,
have way more power.
it can happen when the fiat currency goes to shit.
Well,
Because it's this easy money that allows women to have this fake power over men.
true. I agree with that. I
There'll
don't
still
know.
be there'll still be women who still have some power, but it will be the 1%.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like in the fucking Renaissance, you had only 1% of women who owned land. The rest was just subservient to men.
But do you think this is going to happen in our lifetime, or eventually once we're gone and it'll be our
It,
children's children
it
if
is
we have?
going no, it's going to happen in this lifetime. Well, if the economy is reset during the chaos times, it is going to happen by
It's
itself. Women
always
will
happening.
women will become prostitutes. They'll find a guy who will take care of them even if he's ugly. You have a fucking 10 out of 10. She'll go in an ugly guy because she doesn't want to starve. She'll make some
Ah,
babies.
yeah, you're right. That's what TFM said. That's what all the big channels said. So it makes
On
sense.
food
You're right.
on food shortage maxing.
Zero talked about that too.
And,
Yeah.
and remember the fucking carnage during the food shortages, people killing each other, women are going to be raped. You're gonna see worse
Oh,
than what happened during World War II. What do you think it is going to do inside the mind of most women?
yeah. You're right. That makes sense. Make them go back to their traditional roles. Okay. Smart man. God, I like this guy. He's smart, dude.
On famine maxing.
Well, it's
Love
coming.
that. He doesn't
Observe,
like that language.
You're famine maxing.
observe what's going to happen inside Europe. Going to be the example to the rest of the world.
It's not whore maxing. It's not looks maxing. It's famine maxing. It's famine maxing at this point.
Mac
Yeah.
using black pill terminology. Well,
You have the example, Venezuela. Venezuela.
Oh
Yep.
shit, that's right. Damn.
I'm food maxing.
You have millions of women who were fucking lawyers, who were fucking doctors,
It's gonna be food
fucking
maxing for
teachers.
No.
the
Yeah.
lawyers.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
For a second? Yeah. Yeah. Just interjecting on the case of Venezuela, there used to be slut walks and gay pride parades over there. It all vanished. It is just a first. Yeah. It is just a first world privilege which they enjoy because they have the necessary finances to support it, to back it
Right.
up for a
Smart
brief
man.
amount of time. Yeah, for a brief amount of time. Now all those shall I say slut walks and gay pride parades, they all went away just like poof, it never happened.
The,
Second
ga-
example, very recent one, I
the
would
gays
give
were
of
killed.
Afghanistan. Yeah. I mean, killed or not, I don't know, but they are not happening anymore. Yeah, they are talking about it in United Nations, but other than their echo chamber, you cannot hear anything about it actually happening on the ground. Next, let us take the very recent example of Afghanistan. When Taliban came in guns blazing, even after fighting a bunch of ragtags with the world's mightiest military conventionally, it was all about the world's mightiest military coming forward in NATO after a knee-jerk reaction after 9/11, and people need to research more on 9/11, by the way. They came to know that they cannot you know try to establish a liberal world order with their gender studies degrees and whatnot. So they actually gave you the keys to the kingdom, and they flew away just like they flew away with their tail between their legs in Vietnam. In the Vietnam War, every country, when they are caught in a catch 22 sort of a position or in a terrible situation, they do the most obvious thing: declare victory and get the hell out. And that is what they did. So it does not mean that they are not powerful conventionally, but that does necessarily mean that it becomes a war of attrition, a prolonged war of attrition. A country cannot sustain. Now, there are many tenets to it, but the tenet, what I am trying to say is, after 22 years of Taliban coming in, all those women who were wielding Kalashnikov rifles in their hands and doing some photo ops or something, some beauty queen holding a Kalashnikov rifle, all that weaned away like it's nothing, and women actually burnt their degrees and went back to the kitchen
Damn.
to attend their man.
What?
And the
What?
very first thing which Taliban did, the very first thing which Taliban did was got their men married to four women. from the tribe or from
Whoa.
the village.
Would you
So
say that's
if you
patriarchy?
satiate, if you satiate your men, because men are the backbone of any community, any
Right.
and every community, if you satiate your men physically, sexually, and psychologically, that they have something to hold on to, they are going to die for you. The next time if US military comes in, there would be more Taliban.
You know what I said to a woman once? That she had to give me sex for me to fall in love with her. You know what she told me? That I was a pervert.
Well, of course, your entire existence as a man is a threat to them because they are shorter, weaker,
And because they have the
according to
body
them. Yeah.
that you want. The lust that men have for women is what allows them to live. Otherwise, women will be dead already.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's the same premise that they hate, which is they shouldn't because that's what keeps them alive.
Why do you think in fucking Instagram and all those fucking whore sites they show their fucking asses and the fucking cleavages?
Well, of course, because they're getting bought by the top percentages of men that have a lot of money. So yeah,
And
it's
it's
still
socially accepted.
they're all
Yeah.
whore sites. That's true.
And it's socially accepted. I want to give my my 3 minute a monologue, and I just want to knock it out. And if you guys can just let me go with it, and I'll probably get
Go,
I'll probably get it over with a million times quicker if nobody
go for it. No, nobody's going to interrupt.
nobody jumps in. Yeah. Now the title starvation, energy, and corruption. Yeah, I mean you got Klaus you got Klaus, and it's starting, and this shit is and it's starting in Europe. It's starting in Europe. I bet you in Australia. I don't know how bad it is in Australia. Um, Europe. In Europe, you got the UK. You got the UK that has 10 times inflation. The UK the UK the UK has businesses closing because there's UK has business closing because there's 10 times energy inflation in the UK. In the UK, and businesses close, and I don't know how anybody is going to afford anything. If your bill is like $200, now it's $2,000. Um and and then you take France. I think France is going to. I think France might start feeling it, and I hope I hope that things stay okay. I hope that things stay okay in France, but but I'm at Europe. But I think Europe. Okay, I think Europe. Okay, between the Dutch farms, you got America. You got America where um they're burning like 300 fucking farms to the ground, and then you got the Netherlands where 30% of the farmers are supposed to just stop farming, and and I'm sorry, this is all pre-orchestrated. This is all pre-orchestrated, this is all pre-orchestrated bullshit. It's it's Klaus Schwab. It's top down fucking. It's systematic. It's top down. It's systematic. It's fucking. It's just it's orchestrated collapse and destruction of food, and they're fucking, with the and they're fucking with the energy, and they probably and in all and there probably is no good reason for inflation of energy. There probably is no good reason to inflate. There's probably no good reason to inflate it, and it's probably not even scarce. And that's the bottom line because Max said so.
No, bro, the Earth has an unlimited amount of oil.
And that's the bottom line. And
the
that's the
oil
bottom
inside-
line. And that's
Yeah.
the bottom line, people, because AKS said so.
The amount of oil inside the Earth's crust is unlimited. You can pump it all day long. It will never run out.
You
They
said
are doing-
the gas?
Yeah, the Earth's mantle, the Earth's mantle constantly regenerates the amount of oil you take.
Who
Constantly.
wants it?
Shit, I didn't know that.
Who
I
wants
do.
their?
I do.
We got the narc. The narc
And it should
file.
not be called. In
No
fact,
trials.
calling it a fossil fuels is a false term.
We got
It's
TNFS.
part of the mental structure of the Earth.
You're on.
All right. So every time we've had a great reset, like the First World War, the Second World War, now there's another one coming. And basically they want to reset, for a one world government, one world currency. So it wipes out all the debt and start again, but it's to control the people. But back in the 1950s, 40 or 50% of people had their own livestock or could grow stuff in their own backyard. Now I think the percentage is like 10% or even less. So I don't think many people know how to even grow a fucking potato, let alone anything else. I mean, people don't know how hard it is to grow vegetables. That's where we're at. But with our energy, Australia is a rich country. Like, we've got gas, we've got oil, even though we don't use oil in this country, it's all locked away. We've got uranium. They don't want to do nuclear because it's dangerous, it's messy. But we're trying to buy nuclear submarines from America, but how are we going to fuel it? We need an industry over here, but this government over here is shutting it all down and shutting down our coal fire stations. And the only way is solar and wind. That's not going to do fuck all. So you're right, we're going to be energy not independent at all. We're going to be begging for power. They're trying to bring in electric cars. I mean, with an energy grid, it's already fucked. We're talking about blackouts here, in winter, let alone summer, in the scorching Australian weather. So what can we do? It's getting worse and worse and worse. So I think people might start waking up very shortly that this whole new Green Deal is a load of crock and we can't sustain it anymore. There has to be a change. So
I got a question for you because I can tell you're from Australia by the accent.
Yeah.
Why the hell before the government didn't? Because I know Australia is crazy. Everybody mainly lives in the shoreline or a little bit away from that, but nothing's in the center because I had a friend who was from Australia and said there's nothing but desert. Isn't it possible to terraform that, or is it just too dry to do so?
Well, most of Australia is dry, but at the same time, everyone doesn't live on the coastline. I mean, you've got everywhere from off the coastline, in the middle of nowhere, like in desert country. I mean, that's how where people live. People think it's just a
You
a
don't
country
need to.
town. We've got 25 million people here, so it is a big country. I mean, it's the size of, I think, Texas and California. Like my state's Queensland. So you've got two states that are big in your country that are really small. Like, we're really a big country over here. But
I thought Australia was bigger than America and Canada. Isn't it a big chunk?
yeah,
of country?
it is, and we've got a lot of land, and everyone's spread everywhere. Like, it's not just on the coastline anyone lives. It's everywhere.
Oh, okay.
So Yeah, but
Australia's scary because you have like the deadliest insects, the deadliest animals, the deadliest everything, right?
yeah, we've got the brown snake, spider. I think you may have seen the person hitting the alligator with a fucking frying pan the other week on Instagram, maybe, or on Facebook. It did the rounds on that. But yeah, we've got deadly animals, but at the same time, there are other animals that are friendly. So yeah. But
Yeah.
I mean, the new fucking the new government that got in said we're going to save you $275 on your electricity bill. It's the other way around. It's gone completely past the roof, and all the meanwhile they're shutting down all the coal-fired plants. They're old, and so it's driving up the prices because they're all privatized.
How much is a liter of oil in fucking Australia?
You mean car oil, or you mean like?
Yeah, I mean gas.
At the moment, it is diesel's let's say $2 a liter. So that's
very expensive.
4.2 gallons. 4.2 gallons to a liter.
Yeah, that's crazy. $8. Yeah.
So basically, over $100 to fill say a 20-gallon tank. At one point, fuel was $2, and then diesel was $2.30. And the interesting thing is, petrol was coming down and down and down, but fucking diesel was staying where it was. It wouldn't come down until people were going, hang on a second, what's going on here? And then it started dropping down. But I'm not sure about the excise because they backed off on the 25 cents. Pretty much everyone begged for the government to take off the excise because we've got like 4 or 5 different taxes here in Australia on petrol. So,
yeah, well,
that's it.
We're an expensive country over here. Don't think about coming over here.
Oh man, I've always wanted to go over there. Probably never will.
It's nice, I guess, but I mean, it's expensive. It's
expensive.
You
know that Australia is still property of the UK, by the way.
What?
Yes.
No,
we're part of the United Kingdom.
Yes.
Damn.
They never fought any war. It's like Canada. They never fought any war for independence.
Well, didn't America and Canada went to war and Canada won? It's like a little war.
Yeah, because Canada is still part of the UK. It's still owned by the English crown.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed Australia has the same kind of colors as.
No, they're British. They're British people. They just live in the south. That's all.
No, I'm saying the flag kind of resembles the same as the UK.
Yeah, they're UK people. You can migrate between the UK and Australia.
What about New Zealand?
New Zealand is the same. Yeah, the same.
Yeah, we're not bloody republic. I mean, there is a push to make us republic, but we're still under the Union Jack.
About Australia was given independence not even 60 years ago, and it's all fake, just for show.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
It is.
So we're gonna start another clock.
Who wants it?
I'll take one. I'd like to start out by mentioning what you said earlier about Ted owning so much livestock is something that I didn't know about.
Cattle.
Right. And there has been a lot of that getting purged lately. So it makes a lot of sense. And to touch on some points that Contriver made about Venezuela and Afghanistan, the parading of those frivolous lifestyles being shut down after catastrophe hits, it's just a natural reaction to it, because there has to be a facilitation of our natural struggle to survive. And one thing that makes that facilitation, that makes our survival so easy, are the machines. The machines are created to facilitate the physical world. And it's gotten to the point where we can speak to people all across the globe now on these electrically powered devices. And they've already been trying to cripple our communication in every way they can. And now they're planning to attack the food banks and trying to shut down or at least regulate the use of the power grid. And I think just the looming threat that could happen is starting to wake a lot of people up.
Mm.
And if we can show people where it's leading, what it's headed to,
The normies.
we can get them to be aware of what could come if they don't get their heads out of their asses, or get their hearts out of their heads, rather. Because that's how we have to be in order to be pursuing those frivolous lifestyles.
Well, wouldn't you agree, though, and sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, that the normies unfortunately make up the masses and they kind of do dictate how shit goes, and that's why they're so stupid?
Yes, because there's a large array of things that make people normies. It ranges anywhere from apathy and ignorance to complacency and comfort.
Smart
So
man.
just all this that's going on in the news it's something that we can use now before it gets bad. I mean, it's going to get there regardless. But the faster we work at it, the more help we'll have. And that will, right, and it'll also stretch out the time because it provides resistance to what they're trying to push. They want it all to happen right now. And it hasn't happened all at once yet.
Are they trying to wipe
every
us
day?
out?
It happens every single day. And the only reason it doesn't happen all at once is because of us.
It's because men are fighting back. Otherwise, it will already have happened during the
How are men fighting back, though?
They are
by
trying
spreading the word.
Yeah,
Okay.
information.
By sticking it to them, by using their own tools against them. And that's why they're trying to shut them down. That's why they're trying to cripple us and kick us off their platforms.
What do
But
you
know the people that operate these platforms and seem to control us, they're being controlled because they don't own the platforms. They don't own the machines that facilitate the platforms. The people who own the machines own the platforms and the people who are controlling them. Like Mark Z, he's basically a useful idiot at this point. He's not making the software. He's not making the machines. He's just coming up with ideas on how to use them.
Would you agree? Gyno Cooks of America? He's one of them?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's a beta bitch.
He doesn't even look like a man or a woman. I don't even know what the guy is.
He's trying to lead people into that emotional hysteria.
He's a soy boy, a beta bitch.
Into the logical apathy.
But he's allowed to fucking spread his fucking evil agenda.
Who's that?
Yeah, because it's complacency.
Like Bill Gates.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that complacency. He's very complacent.
That's what mainly gets people stuck. Because I used to be stuck in that matrix of complacency, and it gets worse every time. And then it started affecting my health, and I was like, man, I gotta get away from this shit.
Complacency has make a very, very effeminate, weak men.
Yes.
And they're gonna die if there is a societal collapse. People who are weak cannot survive on their own. They don't have the mental capacity. They don't have the physical strength.
the most useful approach that I've seen is to try and keep people's emotions low and keep their hearts below their head. Because when you have both in one place, you can't use either of them properly. We
Yeah.
have a certain alignment within ourselves. We see all this division in society, people putting wedges between this party or this ideology and that. But there's also a wedge being driven into the very core of the individual. And a lot of it is based on, the misalignment is based on
Right.
You
shoving
have
our
the
hearts. They want to shove our hearts up into our heads
you,
so
you
that
have
we're
the
not able to process things.
you have the school system who has been indoctrinate people for the past 70 years. You have the chemicals being put inside the food. You have BCA in the plastics. You have the fucking social media promoting degeneracy. Everything combines to make a society that when there is a collapse, I'll say half of them are dead.
But
Yeah, those chemicals they're pumping us with are really bad for our bodies. But if they are actually able to start putting these bugs into our food, I think it's reasonable to believe that it would actually change the chromosomal patterns in reproduction. Like
No,
you think,
you're gonna die. Shiting inside the bugs will kill you. You're
no, I
not
know
going to
yes,
live.
first. I
yes,
don't.
but not in the offspring. It doesn't pass into the offspring. The chitin doesn't get to the offspring, but the imbalance does. And if you look at egg-laying creatures that put their egg outside of their body first, and then it gets fertilized, it's very easy to manipulate the gender and determine whether it's going to be male or female just by messing with the hot or cold
Yeah.
temperatures. But it's also determined by the nutrition that's absorbed by the parents.
Well,
Yeah.
wouldn't you agree that a lot of the men, unfortunately, I would always kind of say it started with millennial men onto Zoomer, even though I've seen, sadly enough, boomers and Gen Xers be masochistic. You ever notice that there's like a decline more and more of masculinity in men? Like these men are literally on stupid websites paying a lot of money for something that's not even physical. I don't
It's
know
Feet
Right.
pics.
how many times I have to stress that out.
it's the
There's
same thing that
also
happened.
there's
Same
also
thing
a
that
hyper masculinization in women.
For some
yeah.
feet pics.
No, not just that, but
Your girlfriend experience.
you have hyper
Mhm.
masculine women who say, for example, on social media, "Why am I still alone?" And she has like 500 followers, full of men, ready to fuck her and give her the fucking world. And she says, "Why am I alone? Saturday night, nobody is here to fuck me.
Well,
Why?"
They
no,
think they know better than anybody else.
they know they can get the dick, but they don't want those dicks because it's not these are the same women that complain about uh masculine men. They call them toxic, and then they complain about the effeminate male too that want to worship them and you are my
Well,
goddess. It's
I
crazy.
can tell you, I've tried with those kind of women, and I'm not a fucking bitch. And some of them rejected me. So you know what?
Yeah.
It's not about not you being masculine. Is that they have so many men who want to fuck them, they don't
Right.
know what to do. And most women are retarded animals. Anyways, I still think women are beneath men. They should
They're
not
impulsive.
even. Yeah, you know, most modern women disgust me. I cannot look at them anymore.
I mean, it's nasty. No, that's why I respect the real red pillars because they're realizing the trash that they've become. And it's like, why are you going to pay full price for that? You know, that's more like a blue pill, purple pill kind of thing to do. And I don't mean, again, that's why I don't want to divide men no more. That's why do you
Yeah.
think me and Mac get along so? Because I'm black pilled, he's red pilled. So
Yeah.
he saw that I wasn't one of those idiot incels that divides the men. So you got
Yeah.
those idiots that do that. My bad, man. Go ahead.
The interesting thing is why they do it. And part of my show is understanding how people work and think, but basically it's more a one-on-one emotional connection to have I guess, I like this woman or whatever, but I can never, have something physical near me. So they've got to pay to have an online girlfriend, basically. But the chances of them getting a girlfriend or wife is impossible for them. So they, in some sort of reality, by staying at home and fantasizing about this woman, that's their reality. Like I'm 42.
They feel
40.
that instant gratification. They feel gratified more immediately like that.
Oh man!
For a woman to say hello or hi or thank you for the donation or whatever, that's a payoff. They enjoy it because someone is acknowledging them.
But I've seen like, I'm glad you guys are understanding, because I've been knowing that. But I mean, shit, man, I don't understand those, man. I don't know. Is it because they want the impossible, like a 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10 women?
Yes.
But I mean, shit, I'm okay with like women in my rank, because I've been told I'm like a 7, and I'm like, I'm fine with like 5s and 6s. But these guys that I've seen mainly do that are like 4s and 3s and even 5s. I'm like, what are you doing, man?
Even if your face, even if you get jacked, but your face is ugly, you might be able to find a 10 who will fuck you just for your body, but she will not marry you.
Right.
Never.
Right. It's fleeting.
No, I'm just saying
frivolous.
I'm just saying, because me being I've been told by most women, I'm not trying to brag, but they've said I'm handsome. So obviously that's from like 7 and up. But my height is what brings me down. But I'm not, I'm not here to complain about that. What I'm complaining about is stupid men that are blue pilled. It's no matter how that's one of the reasons too why I left my channels, because I literally had blue pilled guys asking me questions on my live chat. I'm like,
have you ever noticed? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
And there is one thing.
Have you ever noticed how impulsive they are?
Yeah.
It's very impulsive and right in the moment, and that's emotional drive.
Yeah.
It's not a logical processing. You've processed your situation logically, so that's how you can go into it. That's what we got to draw them out of. We got to draw them out of that impulsive behavior, because it's very chaotic.
Yeah, I literally
another word for chaos is Eros. And Eros was a goddess in Greek mythology. She was the ruler of sex and passion. She's the mother of hedon. That's where we get the words eroticism and hedonism are coming from.
Oh,
Athena?
No, Eros, E-R-O-S. That's also one of the types of love. There's 7 different types of love.
Yeah.
And Eros is
that.
the love of passion and impulse and feeling.
Didn't Plato say, he had a good phrase, a good quote? He said, love can be a serious mental illness. And that's what I see these mentally ill idiots on OnlyFans paying for some stupid pictures. And I'm over here getting the physical thing. How much stupid can these guys get?
Alexander Pope said, the ruling passion, be it what it will, the ruling passion conquers reason still.
Have you guys ever felt some obsessive behavior for a woman you cared about, but she didn't care about you? That's basically what drives men to protect women who care about them, but some guys get obsessed with women who don't give a shit about them.
Damn.
The only thing that can spark a romantic interest in me towards a woman is pheromones.
I mean, in my case, it has to be physically in person. I can't do the cybernetic. It's so sad. There's a lot of millennials and Zoomers that are literally just, their girlfriend is their computer. And I was trying to help those guys, and they, no matter what I try to do, it's like I saved some of them, but the others are like, nope.
Remember 20 years ago when the internet was just in its infant stages and back up on the dial-up days? You couldn't get free pictures or videos. If you found the video that was more than say 30 seconds or a minute long, you hit the jackpot. Now there's hundreds or if not tens of thousands of websites for free. You don't have to pay a single nickel.
You could just go to Google Images.
That's it, brother. So, you know, I don't understand why guys are paying top dollar for just stupid photos and videos, and these women are making an absolute fortune. And I've done a few, I guess,
You know why?
stories on my channel. You know, women that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, bought themselves new homes, new houses, cars.
It's because they interact with their fucking audience. That's all. They fake. They are interested in this guy. Oh, you give me $50. Here's a kiss for you, boy.
But I mean, Jordan Peterson said it. You know, in the history of man, pornography, what was it? You know, is easily accessible now. It's in the modern time. It's never been so accessible. Just have a look on Facebook. I mean, YouTube here. The amount of reels, you know, for them posting stupid little body pictures or whatever, their big tits in little bikinis and whatever. You know, that's how
really bad.
It's getting really old. I mean, I like my porn just like everyone else, but I mean, I don't want to blast it in my face 24/7. I'll choose and pick when I would like to see it.
Well, I got a question for the panel, because everybody knows that a simp is probably a really, really bad status. But would you guys agree that a masochist is the bottom of the bottomest? Like, they're worse because they actually enjoy getting screwed over? I mean, how much more stupid can you be? Isn't that worse than a simp, being a masochist?
Yes.
A masochist is a blue pill motherfucker. Who
Got
fakes
no
the-
respect for himself.
Well,
I was watching an episode, or I was watching a live stream on Hoodservative today, and there was this guy laying face down, tied up, and his woman was pouring wax on his back, and was whipping him, telling him to say the safe word. He couldn't say it right, and he was getting the fuck beat out of him. And all he really had to do is stand up. Don't even need his hands. He could have headbutted her or something. But looked like he was digging it.
No, I'm just because when I had my channel, I talked about that, and it's like, you guys get it, but some people in my chat, it's like, no matter how I try to define it, they were too stupid to get it, or they didn't believe it. They didn't believe it. Even some of the women I had in my live stream didn't believe it. I was like, Jesus Christ! I'm just glad you guys understand what I'm talking about.
Because
Bro,
Who wants to speak on simps first?
I do. What we just talked about right there is like BDSM, and a lot of that you'll notice it's 50-50 or 60-40, where the male's dominant or the woman is dominant or vice versa, and a lot of those sort of people are like narcissistic, and the woman or the guy will be psychopathic, or these borderline secondary psychopath women or guys. And I honestly believe that some of these simps are actually like psychopaths that enjoy this sort of thing. There has to be a payoff. Like, you know, you can go fuck other men or whatever, but the perception is you've got to do X, Y, and Z, or this makes my facade look good. Like, I've got the white picket fence, that big house, the nice car, and the so-called hot wife, but meanwhile, she's fucking Chad. That's a facade. And even though he's a simp, yeah, there's some sort of payoff, not emotional payoff, but some sort of facade where guys allow women to do all that, and vice versa too. So it's not just guys that are simping; it's also women.
But no, it's mainly men though. Look at Twitter. Look at OnlyFans. It's thousands of guys paying to get ripped off.
Well, you can also say that to guys who want to get laid are paying for these PUAs. They're virtually the same sort of guys, aren't they?
Yeah, you're right. That's true.
I mean, and if you say anything bad about Andrew Tate or fucking Just Cars or whoever, they come after you. They're like a mongrel dog. You're frothing at the mouth. They're, if you say anything bad about some of the guys in the manosphere, they're just as angry. Are they blue pillars? And they claim themselves to be red pill or alpha males. They're not. So
it's residual emotion. There's still some of that misalignment going on. And sorry, I'm taking your time.
No, that's okay. I think these guys are either a narcissist or some sort of psychopathic. There's something there that's wrong with them. That's why they're accepting it. There's something not right with them. There's no need to be simping over photos and videos every day.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
They've got no life, they've got no motivation, but they can jerk off to these weird fetishes, and a lot of them have got really sick fetishes, not just photo fetishes, but a lot of stories that I've read out on my channel, that are just sick and gross. There's one that a girl was doing farts and a guy wanted a fart lollipop. I mean, that's just how gross and sick they are. So I'll just leave it there, gents.
Have you heard about the Belle Delphine motherfucker on OnlyFans? I think she's making $1 million each month.
But that just shows how pathetic those men are, and then women are going to assume that all men are like that, which they already do.
Well, we can all be like that. Sometimes
Who wants here 3 minutes on simps?
I can do. Can I or someone else want to talk?
No, you go ahead. I'm gonna shut up.
You called it.
Okay, so I think simps are the beginning of the end of a civilization. Once you have a vast amount of the male population that is simping, your country is dead. There is no drive to maintain civilization. Do you think most of those dudes can work manually and maintain this fucking current paradigm? That's impossible. So the simp population is going to grow even more until food shortages and energy shortages hit. Some of them might be able to wake up and become red pill. The rest is going to be a slave subservient class, or they will die of starvation with women. What can I say? Simping is something you can get out of the head of a lot of men because they still have some testosterone left in their nuts.
Not if they start eating bugs.
Unless they eat bugs and they don't eat red meat, because the objective of replacing meat with bugs is to lower your testosterone to the level of an old man that is like 90 years old. You have like 10% of the testosterone required to even function. So you have
make us
brain.
Live softer and shorter lives.
You have a bitch brain. You have bitch thinking. The only thing that's why a lot of those guys, they want to get fucked by Tyrones. Think about it. There's a lot of bisexuality among those fucking simps. Why do you think cucking is so prevalent in that community? They want to see their girl getting fucked by a guy that has like a 12-inch long schlong. What the fuck, man?
It's a good point. Some homoeroticism there, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's due to chemistry and castration. It's a form of castration.
It's self-castration because they still got their balls. They just choose not to use them.
Yeah, but they're so pathetic, men. They are men that are. Those are men that are so pathetic that I mean, if there is an event that kill them all, that will be the best outcome for
Yeah,
to
exactly.
maintain civilization.
Well, some of
And
them
then,
justify it and they say
and
it's
a
just
war used to kill people like that, but now there is no war. 80 years without war. It's
damn.
all linked. Yeah. When there will be World War III has to come. That's the only way. The
Well,
purge has to begin.
I call it sympology, the study of simpery.
The purge of the simp.
I would say
Well,
they're
they're
the
gonna have
main
to,
ones destroying a lot. Go ahead.
they're gonna have to decide whether they want to starve or they want photos. Which one? That's what they're gonna have to choose, I think.
Real quick, does everybody in the panel? I know Mac does, but do all you guys have on Discord? Are they all on Discord on your Discord, Mac?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because you know I be exposing some crazy shit, so you guys will see what I'm talking about. But I think you guys already know pretty much, so I'm proud of
About
y'all.
what? About what?
Yeah.
The shit we were talking about.
Who wants their 3 on Simps?
Okay, I will go. I will go. I think that the current topic, as AKS always says, that is about farming, agriculture, food shortages, and regarding that. So, I mean, sticking to the topic, there is nothing, more humbling than actually understanding as to what is old Paleolithic traditional agricultural farming techniques. So, if someone could be doing that in some third world country like, India or China or Vietnam or, some place where it is hidden from the world, like a rice paddy field somewhere in China, people should go up there and people should learn as to how they uh, adapted and how they are trying to fulfill their food shortages, because this is an era where if you do organic farming you are going to make money. If you do shall I say, if you have land, the best way to make money right now is organic farming. So it is not that you don't have money or anything. It is just that we have to learn ways how to do organic farming, traditional style, from the countries whom we did not pay attention to earlier regarding our own food shortages. Second of all, the government says you cannot have your own barbecue, your own bonfire, or anything. You need to, draw a line and then stand by it. And this is something which is not happening in the West. I mean, they said, from my cold dead hands, and eventually we know as to what happened after that. So, I mean, they are coming for your guns, they are coming for subjugation. This is the age of tyranny. And as Greek philosopher Aristotle always says, masculine republics give way to feminine democracies, and feminine democracies give way to tyranny. So, tyranny would be there, and we would be, at least in tyranny, in tyrannical empire, we would be equally subjugated, just like a woman. So I think for a second that we need to pay attention to that, because this is tyranny that we are living in. We cannot do this, we cannot do that. The government is telling us what to do, what to eat, what to wear, where to sleep, with whom to sleep. I'll
Yeah,
expunge on that.
but what I noticed in accordance to what you're saying is nobody really fights back until it's too late. That's what I've noticed.
They don't care as long as you have, pizza or barbecue in one hand, or a steak in one hand and a beer in one hand, and you are watching Monday night Super Bowl. It's fine. It's fine.
So
We
it's too
don't
late.
care. So I think it is too late. And just like the Titanic, when it started to sink, there were some lifeboats. So we could try to save ourselves on those very lifeboats. That's
Yeah,
it. We cannot save everyone.
that's true.
Titanic sank. That is a historical fact.
How many people survived the Titanic?
Only 25% of, and most of them were women and children.
But do you know the actual number? Like, was it 100, 200?
I saw the movie decades ago, so I don't really remember.
I would
But
have.
it
Well,
was like
Leonardo
really like a horror film.
Leonardo would have survived if he hadn't been such a simp and shared the float with her.
Right. Hey, at least that simp got what he wanted, though. Physically, these simps nowadays, all they get is their computer. That's it.
That's so sad.
Yeah,
He died with a
at least,
piece of ass.
at least the
Exactly.
simp of yesterday could pay whores in bordels, and now they can no longer do that.
Yeah.
He died with a piece of ass. A ginger.
You know, if you think
Look,
about
the
it,
thing is, yeah, the thing is, we as men actually do not care for our own lives because we think we are expendable, a disposable commodity like a sanitary pad for a woman. Because
it's
we have to do
it's
some sort of grandstanding and do the heavy lifting for an ungrateful society that
it's
hates
women.
our biological imperative as a masculine man.
It's
They
women.
hate nature basically. Yeah, I know.
It's
I'm
women
not
who are
saying that.
expendable. Women are expendable, and men are precious because we are the
Spoken
one
li-
who build shit.
spoken like a true chauvinist, my friend. That's how I was
Yeah,
raised. I won't say that women aren't important. I was raised to understand that men are more important.
I
We
always
are.
say, women think they are the backbone of the community or anything like that. I always say, men are the backbone of any community, and if your man is weakened, is emasculated, has become effeminate, there is something wrong with your society. It is a dead giveaway, a telltale sign of the last days of the Roman Empire.
Yes,
Mm,
I always say that
that's
because
smart.
this is what used to happen.
but there
Yeah.
is a difference. During the, you had no technology in antiquity.
Well, yeah, that's
Even
true.
the man back then.
Technology in a nuclear war, in a world war, yeah,
No,
technology in a nuclear war
what
where
I mean is that
countries have nuclear weapons and yeah.
what I mean is that even the weakest
Okay,
men of
what
the
were you
Roman
saying?
Empire had more testosterone than even us, if you want to know.
Yeah, I see where you're going. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, surely.
If it
That is
wasn't
why
for
I'm
them,
saying we need to revert. That is why I'm saying we need to revert back to our age-old practices of traditionally doing things.
No,
And
I agree with
traditionally
you.
things could all, yeah, I know. But traditionally things, and there is a big word, but traditionally things could only happen when two actually work in tandem with each other. You know, it cannot happen with, a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle. uh, you know Girls chanting the songs of Cindy Lauper, girls just want to have fun. You cannot have fun because life is not fun. Life
Yeah,
is a struggle, and
fun is a
most of
feeling.
the men actually understand that. Those who don't understand actually, like Caligula and other empires, they die a miserable death.
Oh
At
man.
least what happens in a patriarchal model or an empire is that you know whom to take out as a masses. Like in French Revolution, you knew who was the one saying, "Let the farmer eat cake," because she was so out of touch with reality. Later, it was proven that she did not say anything like that, but it was too late.
Yeah,
So
what we've
that
got
is what the thing
nowadays,
is.
people nowadays, they say let them buy Teslas. The gas is too expensive. Let them drive Teslas.
Well, that is again a sign of a French Revolution. But the thing is,
They only
it is
want you.
in our, yeah.
They, they only want they only want you to have cars so they can turn them off whenever they want.
Right.
That's the only reason why they want. That's the only reason why electric cars are coming.
Oh, no,
If it
I would
wasn't
say the oversphere has won.
if it wasn't for men, women would be still living in grass huts 10,000 years ago.
Camille Paglia also said that, but the thing is, it is just a matter of semantics for them, because doing lip service is one thing, and following it up, backing it up with real thing is another thing. Now, Janice Fiamengo, Camille Paglia, Karen Strawn, Girl Rights What, you know, they all try to masquerade as men's rights activists or anything, but they only want you to be awake from your deep slumber, that you would be able to sustain the civilization, the current ongoing civilization, and sustain with them, okay, not apart from them. So they want their own security, so they are looking all over the place. They started with making videos about why I am not a feminist anymore in 2012, or something like that. That is what was the golden age of YouTube. I'm saying only in context of YouTube, but they actually know, they are far thinking. We should not think that they are fools. They are very, very hardwired for their own survival. I shall add to that, and that is why they are, oh God, oh God, we have messed up the man. Oh God, we have messed up the man. Now he doesn't want to be masculine again. Now, what do we do?
Ah, that's
Who is the daughter
Starve.
of Bill Gates? The daughter of Bill Gates actually married a Muslim man. He is an Egyptian prince. Why? Because she doesn't think that Western man has the cojones to do or say the right thing. And that is why I always say women are like olive branches. They are going to, pally up to you at the first instance. So instead of paying attention on women or paying attention on anybody else, anybody, start paying attention on developing yourself. And I'm not saying you to go gung ho and do 5,000 push-ups or something like that. No, you just have to inculcate good habits, good discipline within you, so that you would be able to sustain and withstand and resist somehow this onslaught, which is quite imminent and eminent at this point.
Yeah,
That's all.
you said some really good stuff. I think everybody agrees with you 100%. But the only thing I would kind of argue, not against you, but just the evidence, is that I don't think, as long as, like, because Sith answered this question earlier really good, I don't think women are ever going to lose the power or let go of the power that they have now, as long as, like he said, the fiat dollar or whatever is still holds weight to it. And
The
they're going to,
power they have, the power they have is an illusion. The only reason they have it is because it's being surrendered to them.
by mainly weak men who are in positions of power.
Exactly.
For status.
So I made a video. It's like 7 minutes long. I'm going to drop it in a link for people to check out later. It's called "There Is No Box. It Is Only Yourself." And it has a double entendre there, because we often refer to the veg as a box, right? And it starts out like the first minute is just kind of silly banter that I had with my friends on some other streams. But then I start talking a little more seriously, and I share a couple of my videos or a couple of my art uploads in it. And it touches a lot on the things that I've shared in this stream, about the goddess of passion, men following their emotions and all that. So I'm going to put that in here right now. just for people to pick up later.
I'll take a look at it. But I was gonna say I'm gonna have to flip out, and my battery's dying on my laptop. So it was really good talking to you guys, man. I appreciate y'all. Thanks, Mac.
No worries. Thanks for showing.
Thanks, man. Bye.
We'll do it again on BRP. Who wants their 3 minutes on Simps?
I'll take it.
Okay.
So, starting out, I'll define the acronym SIMP. It stands for Suckers Idolizing Mediocre Pussy. And we see that idolatry from the men we call simps on quite a few levels. But it's not always directed towards just women. Okay, the main problem, the core or the root system for that problem is in the emotional appeal and the impulsive characteristics that it brings. The eroticism and hedonism lifestyles are below the surface, or not lifestyles, but the impulses for it are below the surface. And we see it come out in many forms. Sometimes people are idolizing movies that they watch, and they're just always watching movies, you know, and they're idle, IDLE, with their bodies. They're not moving around doing anything. And if they can get some kind of gratification that is not substantial, that's not actually constructive towards their lives, then they're losing, because someone else is the purveyor of their needs if they're not providing for themselves. Women will convince men that they need validation from them and attention from them. But if you look at it, it's the women that are actually craving and in need of that attention. When they don't get it, they'll start to starve. I heard Rad say something on one of AKS's streams. He said, attention is their currency and drama is their drug. That's absolutely true. And their high is power. So when they're given that attention in exchange for the drama, or they give drama in exchange for the attention, the woman will develop a certain sense of power that is obviously going to be used in the same way they typically vote, for fleeting and fickle gain, for feeding instant gratification. Therein lies the problem, is not in just the pussy, but the idolatry and idolatrous lifestyles. Even if it's not related to flesh or busting a nut, it's still idolatry, and it keeps people from having a better aim in their life and walking their own path. They're walking someone else's.
I mean, that's all personality disorder, basically. If you've got some sort of emotional payoff and some sort of gratification, there's, you know, back and forth of power being exchanged between two people. So,
like fire and ice.
Well, that's it exactly. You know, people say it's feminism. It's not feminism, and that's why I tried to bring to the manosphere, you know, a year ago, that it's not. It's actually personality disorder, where you've got people that are throwing themselves, you know, looking for gratification. You know, look at me. You know, basically R-rated photos. You know, for simps to give them gratification. There's some sort of emotional payoff, and if they don't get it, they go elsewhere. That's why they stay in one spot, and the guys keep throwing money, and when they respond with, well, thank you, or a little message, that's a emotional payoff. that's where it's coming from. In this personality disorder. So for me, it's not, feminism at all. But these women have got a lot of insecurities, a lot of personality disorder, and they use that to their advantage to get through life. And if they don't get their way, then there's all fucking hell and chaos and drama. And that's where the problem is. That's why you don't want a hot woman, because there's usually mental disorder behind it. Even Tom Likas says that the hotter they are, they've got more mental problems because they need to get their facade going, and it's a drug basically. And the more they feed that drug, the more it grows and grows and grows, and they can't stop. It's like a junkie that needs its next fix. So that's where we're at, gents. So, yeah.
Well, women specialize in attention taking, attention giving, and in drama, the fabrication of it, the consumption of it. That's their field.
Well,
they're better at it because it's sentimental. It's not logical. It's sentimental.
Well, women are born to be emotional and whatnot, but there's nothing wrong with having emotions and having real thoughts and all that, but it's all changed now to whereas guys are real emotional, real clingy, and no sense of self.
Yet that emotional nature helps them make better connection with the children while they're raising them.
Well, just because they have emotions doesn't mean they're the right choice. And depending on if you have a good, healthy woman to one with personality disorder, you're going to see a lot of problems. Just like if a man had personality disorder, you're going to see the same sort of interactions with their children.
All right, so simp could also mean suckers idolizing mediocre payoff. And pussy being one of them, the main one for a lot of people if they're in a physical pursuit of hedonism or eroticism, rather. Hedonism can be many things. It's whatever is most pleasing to you. Mediocre pleasures.
I mean, you got to understand that it's only been in the last 20 years that social media has really kicked off, 10 years, but has it made our lives easier or harder? I mean, you had to basically go to the local hall or the local state fair to find the opposite sex. Now you can find it online.
Unless you're famous or filthy rich, the new technology, it definitely does not help.
It helps women pretty well, but it don't help us.
Or Giga
And
Chad.
whatever helps them feel more powerful is not going to help us either. It's going to hurt us.
I was about to do my 3 minutes a monologue on the patheticness on the patheticness of the simp.
Go for it, brother.
I'm gonna mute up.
Basically, I think it comes from both inexperience and from ignorance. It could be one or the other. It could be both. Like for example, I've banged hot bitches. I've banged good-looking women in relationships. I banged good-looking women in casually. I've banged good-looking women in pay-for-plays. And when you really and when you really see women for their usefulness and what they bring, when you see them in terms of utility, they view us. They view us in terms of utility, and that's the thing that simps that they can't wrap their heads around. Well, a simp is happy to be used, but he keeps these women on such a high pedestal. He keeps these women on this imaginary pedestal. Like okay, if a woman if a woman is not feminine, if she's not pleasant to be around, if she doesn't cook, if she doesn't clean, if she doesn't if if she's a whore, you know, okay, because the basic these are all add-ons. These things that I just mentioned are add-ons. The most important thing the most important thing is her looks and her virtue. And maybe it's her looks and her virtue and her her utility. It comes after that. Her utility is basically sex. Is the main is the biggest one. If a woman is not giving me sex, if a woman is not having sex with me, if a woman's not giving me sex, she's useless. If a woman's not having sex with me, if a woman is not sucking my dick, if a woman is not enthusiastic about sucking my dick, if a woman is not swallowing my loads, if a woman is not taking it in the ass, if a woman is not enthusiastic about swallowing my loads or taking it in the ass, she's useless. She's just I shouldn't continue. If a woman is not excited to swallow my load or to take it in the ass, she should be dumped. Point blank. Period. She should be dumped. If a woman is not enthusiastic about doing some kinky crazy shit, I guarantee you, with the right guy, she'll do that kinky swallowing loads and taking the ass and monkey double back, and taking in the butt and monkey double back and all this for example, I'm just swallowing loads. If a woman, if she's not swallowing your seed, if she's not enthusiastically swallowing your seed, she's just not that into you.
Yes,
Well,
the thing is, I would not have a disagreement with you on that. My thing is that could only happen in a patriarchal model, and for that to happen, men have to strengthen themselves again, all over again, and that is why strengthening men and boys was given so much importance in earlier days, and it is still given in many societies. Those who are somehow immune to feminism, like the Amish community in Pennsylvania, and the Orthodox Jewish community in Bronx and Brooklyn, New York, or somewhere else. So these sort of hardcore patriarchal communities actually do that. We don't want to understand that just because you know someone might say about equity, equality, this, that, and the other, the whole nine yards of their pen chant for their melodrama. It doesn't matter. Once your boys are strengthened and turn out to be strong individuals who could be treated as a strong cannon fodder, as well as a strong first line of defense, as well as your first strong sperm donor. That is how you create a civilization. Unless and until there is strengthening of men, which are the quote unquote backbone of any community, they cannot actually, try to resolve the issue. And for that to happen, the current system has to collapse. And realistically speaking, it would only collapse. People say about fiat currency, this, that, and the other. No, it can only collapse with a world war, because women would then, all this bravery about GI Jane and whatnot, let them be the cannon fodder for the first time. It would illuminate them, it would educate them very hard lessons in life, which we learn via building ourselves up. And if they cannot, well, then go to Jesus. Who cares? They certainly don't care about us as being expendable as we are already. And that is what they try to do. But that should not be the normative standard or metric. Our lives are also important. And this is the first time in since the inception of human history that men are actually focusing on themselves, and I'm so happy about it. I'll expand on that.
Um, not not every woman can, suck loads and enjoy it. It's not because they're not enjoying it, because they have gag reflexes, and some women are really good at doing what they can do. It doesn't mean that they've sucked a lot of dick either. I've banged women that were gangbangers and couldn't suck for the life of their own life, and women that have not that attractive or whatever, but not all of them, knew how to suck cock, because they enjoy it, they love it. It all depends on who you meet. Just because you get a smoking hot 10 doesn't mean that she's going to be a great fuck in the bed, or she's slim and trim doesn't mean she's going to go like a jackrabbit. I mean, there might be cases of they do, but in the cases I've seen with myself, that some women are good in bed and some aren't. It doesn't mean that they're not interested or into you. It's just that their body.
If you were her,
before AKS,
What?
before you, can I chime in just for a second? This interjection, I love it. The knock files, brother. I actually want to say, okay, they cannot swallow, they cannot do all that. Even at least they could do the bare minimum of having penile vaginal penetrational sex with us. At least they could do that whenever we feel the need to do that. At least they could not divorce us. At least they could not take away half
Dude.
of whatever little of what we have accumulated in our lifetime. At least they could not make us pay for child support. If
Or not
the
try.
patriarchy would had been there, if the traditional system would had been there would had been arranged marriages.
Dude,
Or
my
Even
if they
in the
thing,
could not
West,
try, and
there was
if they
no
would.
concept
my
of love
thing,
marriages.
dude, my thing is gonna take 2 seconds to just tell you.
Yep.
It's that all this kinky shit. It's that all this kinky shit. If it was her celebrity crush, or if it was somebody that she had if it was somebody that she had a crush on, she would be taken in the ass right now.
Right, she do whatever.
Well,
She-
the problem
she's-
is with all the red pill that people have been believed that all women are whores, and that they've got
She would be
1,000
taking
body count.
she would be taking she would be taking loads to the face right now for her celebrity crush. She would be swallowing loads and sticking her tongue out and playing with the jizz and swallowing that shit for her celebrity crush, for celebrity or her regular crush. For Celebrity Crush, I guarantee you she'll be playing with his cum and then swallowing it.
If they want to be in control, they want to be in the lead, and the only way they can really do that is if we let them in to where they're pushing our hearts up into our heads.
I'm welcome bacon. I'm welcome
Bacon.
the goddamn bacon, and he just jumped out. I don't know where he went. He was just in here. On welcome bacon.
But yeah, the Narc files was saying something. Please continue, sir.
Well, I mean, the red pill is, you know, that's their belief that every woman is a whore and they've had 1,000 cocks and this, that, and everything else, and that's really not true. I mean, yeah, there might be some women that can suck, but I can guarantee a lot of them can't. They can try, but I mean, my fetish is oral, and if you go onto any website and you look up swallowing and whatnot, it has, for me, slow and intense, and they're showing they're enjoying it. No wanking, no pulling, no whatever. It all has to be mouth and lip service to be, for me, for a 10 out of 10 head. But that's just for me. But I mean, you're not going to get that in every single woman. I mean, you might think so, but I mean, that's what I enjoy. But I mean, to get that in a woman, you know, I met women, as I said, that, you know, were gangbangers and couldn't suck a fucking lollipop. You know, that's how bad it was. And, you know, these women have had more dicks than I've had baked dinners. But I mean, that's the problem with the red pill community now. It's this belief that all women had more schlong than what you've had baked dinners. But I'm sure if they met someone famous, you know, they'd probably put more attention to it, put more effort into it. But it's not effort. You know, they've got to enjoy it. You know, if they don't enjoy it, they're not going to do it. And I find women that give head and swallow enjoy it. They want to please that guy. So I'll just leave it there, and someone else can chime in or whatnot.
We'll give bacon.
Oh, I will chime in.
Well,
Yeah, sorry about that earlier. I think I hit the wrong button the first time, and then the second time it just went to a different tab for whatever reason. I don't know what the hell happened there, but third time's a charm, I suppose.
Welcome, bacon. Welcome, the first time on my stream.
Yeah, I've been a couple of people's first times for more than a few things. So
This is my first time up here too.
First time. You know that gif or that meme or whatever, like the old guys getting strung up to be hung, and there's like this relatively young guy like smirking, looking at him, was like, "Hey, first time."
Like what? You've been hung before?
No, that was a meme.
Yeah.
It's a meme.
Yeah, I saw it. And the old guy,
So-
he's experienced at things, but I doubt he's been hung before.
Yeah,
It's something
but
you only do
but
once,
not-
really.
There's lots of experiences I would not want to experience. You know,
Right.
Just saying.
I'd rather walk the plank.
Yeah.
So Narc was saying something about, you know, women not doing this or that or the other. At least they could do the bare minimum of having penile vaginal penetration sex with us and not screw us over in divorce courts, family courts, and not make laws more and more disincentivizing for men to not invest in them as a gender, and not you know try to disrespect a man's authority in his own home, not to cheat on us, so that we could have casual flings. Why I'm saying that? Now people would say, why are you saying that, women cannot have casual flings? Because we are not equal. A woman has less than me, 1/4 of my testosterone. So she cannot do what I can do. And testosterone is going down drastically, 1% every year. It is going down worldwide, not only in the West. It is significantly faster in the West, but worldwide as well. So why can't we stick to the subject that is, we need to have our own casual flings, but women cannot? Yes, we would take care of women and children, but that does not translate into we actually being subservient to women, which we have become because of all this. And realistically speaking, some of us might stand our ground, but when, even in the case of Southern Poverty Law Center and Anti Defamation League actually declaring MGTOW as a quote unquote hate group, all these female MRAs actually jumped from the sinking ship because it was really a sinking ship. So, in that context, I would say we just want to have sex. Yeah, she wants to do the kinky thing, but we are just a substitute for what she really desires. Okay? So she will never love you. This concept of love in itself is a lie. Women never love anyone, and that has been demonstrated earlier in a very explosive book, ironically written by a woman called Esther Villar in her famous or infamous book called The Manipulated Man. And yes, she took flack from women for writing and revealing all their trade secrets about female nature.
But
Even back then.
So I do have a.
women can lust after men. They can want to cock inside of them. If you,
I do have a slight step, but I mean, seeing as I've only got a few minutes here because speaking of women, I actually I do want to head to the local bar and have a good time and who knows, I might bring some chick back home or go back to their place again. These things could happen. Was there something that you guys wanted to ask me? I know I got invited on here for some reason.
If you if you're not staying long, if you're not staying too long, you could talk about whatever the hell you want for 3 minutes.
Uh,
You could
okay,
talk about
sure.
simps or anything. Talk about simps. You could talk about about food shortages. You could talk about simps. You could talk about female nature. You could talk about food shortages or whatever the hell you want.
Okay. Well, let's address the previous guy's commenter. Well, he's not wrong. If you look at the way that men love women versus women loving men, I mean, you can come to that conclusion. I totally understand where he's coming from. What I've theorized for a while, I mean, this comes from quite a bit of experience, especially with the two major exes that I had. A woman can actually love a man, but the love is actually different. I mean, as other people say, women. I mean, I'm not going to say women aren't equal to men. They're not equal in certain aspects. They're not equal in certain aspects. They're different. Let's just put it that way. So a man can love things that are basically nouns. He loves externally. So he can love his woman. He can love his children. He can also love the area he lives in, his friends, his fucking car, his projects or whatever. And that actually will be, kind of genuine love. Women love internally, the things that basically either go inside of them or, come out of them, i.e. their children or their man. And as a consequence to the latter, what I could say is they'll love the things that their men actually do, their accomplishments, what they actually do physically, outside of themselves. And so that's one way that women are certainly different than men. I mean, again, doesn't mean that that's a problem thing. No. As I've experienced myself, and a lot of people have experienced, you know, women will love you right up until the point where you know, something snaps, and then suddenly they fucking don't. And then when that point really comes, it's pretty fucking hard. It's pretty fucking harsh. Anybody who's ever been there, myself included, will tell you that. You know. And am I saying, you know, not to, you know, try to get into that kind of a relationship or something? Absolutely not. You know what? There's a lot of people I know who are still in good relationships today. I'm actually talking to one right now. Like, you know, me and her just connected offline. She's in a good relationship and all that shit. A lot of other dudes and, you know, girls that I know also in good relationships. I myself had good ones, and I had very good experiences. And if I had to go back and do it again, God's damn right I would. But it's all about understanding, you know, the cost and benefits of getting into that. You know. And by the way, not making the mistakes that other people have made that basically makes them go, dude, bro, why are you talking to women? You know what they can do to you? Oh my God. Divorce and child rape and all that other shit. Okay, cool.
I mean, that's where you got to sit back a while and look at the red flags and see if there's any red flags and assess the situation. You know, before.
Well, as my buddy Rob says, you know, red flags are a green light. I mean, it all depends on what you're looking for. It really does. I mean, there's some red flags even I won't step on. A lot of them was like, oh shit, she's probably gonna be fun. And again, I'm not trying to, you know, really get saddled down with anybody. So the whole marriage thing, it's really a wash as far as I'm concerned. You know, I have a much higher, you know, quality list for that kind of thing versus just somebody that I'm kind of seeing. But I mean, I'm not really looking. I mean, put it this way. As far as relationships go, you know, like if I'm going to be convincing, like I'm basically getting, you know, what I want and I'm satisfied in a relationship, and I'm just going to keep it that way, you know, until one of us is, for whatever reason, not satisfied. You know, that's how I look at things. I think that's, I mean, I would think that's how most guys should really think. But then again, I'm also someone that doesn't want to have children and make sure that's never going to happen outside of my control. So I'm not the average person. You know, your mileage may vary. Your way may be different, and that's okay. You know? So I just wanted to explain that, you know, just because, just for people who don't know that kind of thing. Because I'll say things like, yeah, I'm okay with dating this chick, and I get all kinds of shit and all that stuff. And it's like, bro, really? You know, different guys have different standards, man.
I think the love that women have for men is just based on utility.
I'll make it different based on my experience alone. And the
women can lust for men, can lust after men they find attractive. That's all. They confuse it with love, but it's not.
I'll tell you what
women typically love in men is not just attention, but the security that comes with it, because it makes them feel more comfortable. They love that comfort that's provided to them by the men. And
yeah, that's true.
And we can see the patterns. They are not typically inclined to pursue physical connection with men. It's more of a psychological connection, and that's why when we see them online, they're looking for that attention. And that promiscuity doesn't develop into a woman sleeping with every guy in town, but she will spend all of her time pining for their attention all over the internet.
That's, first of all, that's a recent thing. Second of all, dude, my dating experience would like to have a word with you as far as that goes. And you're not wrong about, having a security. That's definitely a big thing there. And I would also have production on that line, but put it this way, And I haven't told too many people this, but the main ex that I had, hot Russian ex, yes, literally from Russia, and actually about a 9 or 10 on the fucking scale. Pretty fucking normal too. She actually ran her own blog for a while, and this is something that she didn't tell me. I don't remember how I ran across it, but I somehow did. And the funny thing is, like, not only were there the cues that she would give, okay, like she actually does actually care about me or whatever. By the way, she still does, believe it or not. Even though we're separated now. There was one post I had, and it was like, she had no reason to put this in there. I mean, she was just talking, kind of like to her friends in Russia, or, who were reading her blog or whatever. And it was like I cannot imagine a world without this man. Like, Jesus Christ. And there's a lot more that she ended up reading. There's a reason she wrote a lot of that. It's like, this isn't something that she was just trying to show me. She actively did not tell me about this. I just simply happened to run across it because I'm just a kind of technical savant. It's like that shit doesn't come out of nowhere. Same with Bowl of Chaos. God rest her soul. She did shit that no other woman I've ever fucking dated has done. I'm not going to get into specifics. I'm just going to leave it at that. Point being is that, again, I think women do love. It's just different. It's a different way. But again, women are different from men, and for a good reason.
Women love the physicality of men, basically. They love the physical aspect of men.
And look, we'll put it this way. I mean, if you've never experienced it, then look, I can understand you not understanding it. I have. I mean, so,
Well, you are in the top 10, 20 percentile of men, fortunately.
maybe, but that, I don't know. I mean, and this is not to put anybody down, obviously.
No, I understand. I understand. I understand. I
Okay.
understand. The point being,
Okay.
statistics actually, the current prevailing system is as such. We are not complaining about women, by the way. We are complaining about a system which is based on the Duluth model, which means mass incarceration for men. We are complaining about the laws and the legal system which puts a man in a meat grinder machine. And we are talking about these laws being placed and being put into place in the first instance because of the fact that feminists who speak on behalf of all women, and all women have never corrected them or told them that you don't speak for me, and are actually the default beneficiaries of feminism, and they have actually destroyed the normal interaction between an average man and an average woman forever. It was never the case before. Now it is the case. So and the statistics actually speak for themselves. For example, since you said something about your experiences, I mean, uh, bless your soul, because you had those experiences and we very much respect that. But the thing is, these are the real statistics and data coming out of National Organization of Women and AOL. And this is what has been quoted in the book of Mark Rudolph himself, The Clitoral Hood, in which he says and enunciates these figures and data, which says 55%, and these are 2003 statistics, not 2022. These are 2003 statistics, which says 55% of married women cheat on their husbands. 75 to 85% of women file a no fault divorce. And in 85 to 95% of cases, women get the child custody. And if you see the divorce rates as well as marriage rates, it is not in congruence with each other. And since it is not in congruence with each other, it brings us to the point that even in countries like India, even the Supreme Court of India regarded it as draconian laws and legal terrorism, what the state is doing in cahoots with women in general. So harass people, harass their families, harass the family of your in-laws, so much so that people commit suicide, they cannot see their child. In a case of a child custody, why it should go to a woman? And if it should go to a woman, where is the equality in all of that? Where is the quote unquote equity that people actually talk about? Where is the fairness in the law? The laws are pitted against a man, and we have to somehow maneuver in the current prevailing system. Every day our blood pressure would be skyrocketing, thinking that we would not be chopped on the guillotine floor because my significant other is going to go nuts tomorrow. Nobody knows that. And in that happenstance of a situation that we are in, we cannot tell other people to abide by the same current prevailing legal federal framework, which is actually misandrist, which is actually against men, and which actually disincentivizes masculinity in general. That's it. I'll expand on that.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. The
Sure.
first one is what you were talking about earlier. Is that- what first of all, what is complaining ever? When has complaining ever solved any problems?
No, it
And
is not complaining. It is since you said that, sir, it is not complaining. It is actually pointing towards a problem. The first step in actually solving any problem and doing all these brainstorming analyses of the world is that we have to first consider it as a problem. If we consider it as a problem, then we can move forward and do some analysis to as to why we should get rid of this problem. So let's go.
okay, and the second question is like, okay, you decide all of these statistics. Why should I care? Because you, first of all,
uh,
those statistics already, they've been there. They've not only been there for a while, they've been there for like the last 2-3 decades, and in some cases, the last fucking six. This is, I mean, there hasn't been a thing for the last fucking 60 years, dude. This is not new information. This hasn't been new for a long fucking time. And by the way, this is what the original MGTOW is supposed to be. It's like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to go along with the original thing that talks about things they don't want to deal with things that you talked about. And I'm, in the original sense, and that way, I was like, you know what? I'm going to go out. I'm going to do my own thing. And the way that I said that I'm going to do in relationships is, an exact, representation of that. I don't just talk the talk. I actually walk. It's like, yeah, I'm going to do something. I'm going to make sure those problems actually don't happen to me. So forgive me for saying, like, people who end up having to worry about that, much less end up having to deal with it. You know what? The information's been out there for so goddamn long. By the way, even if I could pick apart, like way back when, the actual ones, and myself included, have put that information out there, including Tom Likas, who was mentioned here earlier. I was like, yeah, you avoid that shit. But if you end up in that situation, you know what? That's kind of on you. Yeah, the landscape is fucked. Yeah, the legal system is fucked. Yeah, a whole lot of women are fucked up. But aside from learning how to manage the women that you're dating or, you're in a relationship with, which you should actually learn how to manage, and frankly, ain't that hard once you understand how women, relate to men, you shouldn't have that fucking problem. If you did, that's something that you fucked up on. That's the only thing I think I really will agree with, as far as, how, as women would say this, or how even feminists would say, is like, men are the ones responsible, in one way or another. Yeah, we kind of fucking are, because women don't normally take responsibility for themselves. It's up to you to lead those women. And if you don't, that's kind of on you. Because that's one of the things that they're looking for. They're looking for someone that leads them. Again, that's another thing they're going to love about the man that they're with. Aside from the other reasons that were brought up here earlier. I've got to get out of here, though. It is almost midnight, and I am running tight on my time slot to go hang out the bar. Why deprive them of little old me? Thank you for having me, though. I really do appreciate it. And I'll try to stop by a little bit more often. By the way, thank you, Vanessa Kitty, for stopping by. I shouted out the show, so I think she stopped over from me. And she's made a couple of comments, and so you guys might want to go take a look at those.
Enjoy the bar.
No worries.
Enjoy the bar. I'm baking.
Will do, sir. Nice seeing you all again. And
if you don't get laid, if you don't get laid, there's always prostitutes. So it's a win-win.
I don't care. Honestly, I don't care if we get laid or not. You know what? It's a place that I actually like to hang out.
Huh.
I mean, it's not even a goal. It'd be a nice bonus. Let's put it that way. And that's the way I see just going to the bar. Every encounter that I've gone, I'll leave you with this. Every encounter that where actually I met, a significant ex or or somebody that I actually like, it's like it's just me talking to them, or like it's just I was just there to have a good time, But then this happened, Like I don't worry about getting late. That's why I get late.
If you spend okay, this is how I kind of did things. If I spend the entire night, if I went to a bar and I spent the entire night, I'm at the bar and I didn't leave with anybody, and I didn't get laid, I even this was back in the day. Okay, I would go to a bar and if I didn't leave with anybody and if I didn't get laid, I would go straight to a brothel. I would go straight to a whorehouse and just bang something.
Okay. I mean, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I just go there because I like hanging out with people. Again, it's what is pickup? It's learning how to deal with women, and the ultimate goal. Is getting bailed them and all that shit. But you still have to deal with all the people to get to that point. People completely fucking miss that. I don't care. I don't care if I get. I don't care if I get a woman from from the bar. I've had same night ladies from the bar. I'll tell you, there was ones like where there used to a couple of chicks showed up at this bar once, and they showed up literally like about a second after closing time was announced. They were just showing up to try to get a drink or whatever. They both were like about 21, 22 years old. I think the one that I ended up banging was 22, like a week from turning 22. They offered to drive me home, and during that time between that transit, like, okay, I figured out what they were after. It was like, hey, you know what? I can bring this kind of booze and other things, that you guys are into. One of the chicks needs to use the bathroom, the one I ended up banging. It was like, you know what? You can come up, use the bathroom, and I'll grab my shit. We'll go back to your place. How about that?
Yeah.
That's how fucking quick that shit could fucking happen. She was drop dead gorgeous too. I mean that was within what? Jeez,
bathroom
like
bar blowjobs.
I mean that could happen.
Bathroom bar blowjobs. It's not too common, but they happen.
Yeah, they happen. I don't think I've ever had one of those, to be honest. But I guess I wouldn't be opposed to it. Although, I mean, that would depend on the kind of bar, Just saying.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get myself out of here. Thank you guys for having me, and I'm sure I'll find my stuff around here, again at another time.
Good journey.
By the way, so
Good journey, brother. Nice talking to you.
Thanks for coming.
Likewise. Right. That's what she said. I'll see you guys next time.
Sir.
But I mean, what I'm wanted with saying,
Can I Okay, can I, before anyone says something, can I interject for a moment with the
You want your
permission of
timer?
fellow interlocutors?
You want your timer?
No, no, no. It would just take 1 minute.
Go ahead.
I would say, okay, thanks a lot. Uh, what I would say is this. Did you see the paradox that happened right now? One chap, that is me, was actually talking about the legality and everything else. And other chap was more interested in getting laid. This is the paradox of tolerance, as Karl Popper wrote in
I don't think
1945.
you can't
The-
decide. You
just a
can't
se-
decide what he's
ju-
more
just
interested
ju-
in.
just a second,
He
just a
never
second,
said he was more interested in getting laid. You can't
just a
decide that
sec,
for him.
just a second. You may intervene subsequently. You have the floor. It is very impolite, by the way.
It's also
What I'm
impolite
trying to
to talk about someone behind their back and describe their intentions when he never said that.
what I'm can I have my say without interruption? Thanks a lot. What I'm trying to show is two actually, two actually different philosophies who use the very same points that actually relate to you. So now, since I have been uh, falsely accused of sexual harassment, I would look into the legal aspect of it as to what other arsenal women actually have to let go of me. I used to be in bars and whatnot, used to have hookups via Tinder and everything, so it is not a new thing for me. But I actually stopped after December 2016 because hello, hashtag me too happened. So that was the case, and this is how it actually manifests into reality. I mean, if you can do that, if you could take care of any of the false allegation, false accusation, which does not actually throw you out of the job, like I was given a letter of termination from the bank job, what I was doing as a banker, it is absolutely fine. You can do that. But I had been on the receiving end of the things regarding legality aspect and everything else. So I one when it doesn't happen to you, you play along, you know to get along, other things, the whole 9 yards. But when it does happen to you, then you become somewhat cautious of things. And this is why women are not the problem. They have never been, they shall never be. The problem is the system. What I'm talking about is the system. And I'm not saying that that gentleman was a pickup artist. I'm not accusing him of being a pickup artist. He could be a very nice, decent chap as I have ever seen. But what I'm trying to say is the paradox of two philosophies itself. I'm not saying or insinuating that he comes from the pickup artist end of the spectrum. What I'm trying to show, it is a glaring exemplification of two philosophies. One which is more interested in maneuvering throughout these systems like a fighter jet to bomb the area, carpet bomb the area, and is more interested in getting laid, and one who is actually telling you that this is the legal aspect, the system itself is rigged against you. Other than that, it is on your discretion, it is on your wisdom, whatever you want to do. Second of all, the pickup artist, I'm not saying, again, beacon is not, it's nothing of the kind. We already know that, I already established that. I would re-enunciate that as well. Once again, Bacon is not a pickup artist. He is a red-pilled man. He is doing his own thing. That's it. What I'm trying to say is this. If the pickup artists actually come from the feminist side of the spectrum, because they were born out of the in the advent of the second wave of feminism, when women had the contraceptive pill and they became the chooser instead of being the choosee of the in the advent of sexual liberation, whoring around, sleeping around, call it what you will, bra burning generation, the whole 9 yards. Whereas we come from the men's rights end of the spectrum, we are more interested into the legality aspect of it as well as the straight framework. And since we are attaining knowledge about each and everything, let us attain knowledge about each and everything regarding both the philosophies. So the pickup artists, actually that philosophy agrees with the second wave feminism, because they also get to sleep around. The other philosophy comes from the men's rights aspect, because it destroys men in courtrooms by falsely accusing them of anything. I mean, even on serial killers like Richard Ramirez and Ted Bundy, women used to throw themselves on them even after they being in jail for uh, much of the time. Richard
Sometimes even
Ramirez
more
actually
so.
married to women. I have not finished yet.
I know, I was
Thank you.
just interjecting. That's been going on the whole stream, interjection a little bit. It's not disagreement. I was saying something to agree with you. Actually, those men had even more attention from women after they had been in jail, sometimes because they've been in jail. But I apologize sincerely.
And they were
Carry
famous.
on.
And the fame.
Please note, there is no clock going.
And the fame.
You said you didn't need one. Yeah, the fame
I
thing,
said
big
I
time.
don't need. I said I don't need a clock, but I
But
wanted
you
to
also
finish
said it
my
would just
piece.
take a few minutes.
Yes,
So
and that took a few minutes.
And the fame. I just, yeah, like honestly, like I could bring the clock back. I could bring the clock back.
well, he'll need more than 3 minutes. So I'll just be
Yeah.
quiet, so it'll be over sooner.
But
I'm not allowed to interject.
but
There
that
won't be any
fame,
conversation.
I'll bring back. I'll bring back. I'll bring the clock back. I'll bring back the in the 3 minute timer.
Yeah, when you were talking about Ted Bundy, he did have fame, he did have the looks,
But the
and
fame,
yeah,
the
almost like a superstar.
the media, news and newspaper and television fame. The I think it was I think it was mostly it was either newspapers or television, back then, and that's what got him, and that's what got and his groupies, and that's where his groupies came from. That's where his and that's where his serial killer um groupies. That's where he got his groupies. That's where he got
Yeah,
his
that gave
groupies
him more
from.
opportunity. He had more opportunity through that, too.
Yeah. They sent him letters in jail, and the only reason that they heard of him was because he was famous. The only reason, and his fame came from being in the news, being on TV. You guys know this. You guys know this shit. I'll bring back the timer. Let's see.
I mean, I'll get ahead, but I mean, I agree with both people. I mean, unwanted. I mean, my channel is, was about false accusations in the workplace. So, I mean, I completely understand what you're saying. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. just even talking to a woman is considered dangerous, versus going out to the bar or wherever, mingling, talking, and saying hello to women. I completely understand that. Most women are fine to talk to, but it's these red flags that you got to watch out for. These, not these borderline secondary psychopaths that make up false accusations. I mean, I totally get it. There's some people that pay to play. There's other people that want to do their own thing and go their own way, and and don't want to have children, don't want to get married, and I totally understand that. The manosphere, in my opinion, has been hijacked. But if you want to go out and mingle and talk to women, that's fine, but you should know the risks and the data behind it. I agree with both guys, but at the same time, your perspective, unwanted. The data shows clearly that it's dangerous to go out there and talk to women, and it clearly is, or even to try and get sex. It's nearly impossible. It doesn't matter what you look like. So, So there's nothing wrong with that at all, and going your own way and keeping away from women, I think that's perfectly fine. I know a guy that got completely fucked over, which is in one of my videos. The court system's fucked. Got falsely accused of domestic violence. A year into the court case, got accused of raping his daughter, and none of it was proved. And 4 years later, he's still, trying to get access to his children. He can't. He spent like $30,000-$40,000 just trying to clear his name and whatnot. And the fucking idiot is still talking to women and meeting, and it's like, you haven't learnt your lesson. So, I completely understand to stay away from him. If it wasn't for my wife at the time with these false accusations, I would probably be going full MGTOW, because I've had a gut full of relationships. So, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have much to do with women, because I'm sick of them. So, I've had to help gents in some ways, and a lot of people, right on to today's episode. It's been really good talking to everyone and different ideas, and
Thanks for coming, bro.
No worries, man. I wanted to talk more on about agriculture and farming and whatnot. And
you can go. You can. This is the point of the stream. I just wanted to.
For me, I'm sick and tired of talking about pussy and how to get it and trying to find it and whatever about the red pill. For me, it's about it's all about living your own life and be sustainable and having your own future. For me, that's what it's all about. And next couple of years, it's going to get worse. If you thought the last 2 years was shit, it's going to get a lot worse. And we're in for a hard time. So I'd be looking at getting a generator, growing your own food. If you don't know how, fucking start learning, because I've spent thousands upon thousands of dollars on dirt, soil, netting, just to grow a backyard crop. And it's hard to grow your own food. So if you think food shortages are hard now, you wait. They're talking about $36 watermelons here in Australia. Just a couple of months ago, we had the $12 lettuce because of all the floods. So that's where we're at, gents. For me, that's what I'm more worried about, trying to grow your own food, because if we have another shutdown, mate, all the food's going to be stripped at top before you even get to the shops. So that's what I'm more concerned about. I couldn't care less about how to get pussy or how to find it or whatever. You just do you, and if that one makes you happy, you go for it. But to me, it's a waste of money. If you have to pay for it, so be it. But for me, if you can't get it, the hand just does the job. So if anyone wants to add in something or got me a question before I go.
Well, the problem with the problem with the hand. What is it? What is it?
I actually want to, take this very much time with the Narc Files show, And I have to say your setup is very good. And since you were talking about agriculture and farming, the Chinese actually, China is a glaring
How,
example in
how
fact
long?
that
How long? How long? Okay. When he said feedback, dude, I'm gonna go in for I'm gonna make a
sorry, sorry,
comment.
sorry, 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 sorry.
The thing about the hand is it's like, dude, is it no fap? Like it the thing about like the hand as opposed to a prostitute. The the prostitute the prostitute is the living being that you're busting a nut into. Even if she's not too much into it, the prostitute is in my opinion it's better than the hand. That's just my opinion.
I mean, each their own. Like, as I said, you do you, and
I think
for
they're
me,
I think
I've
that
got a
they're
wife and whatnot, but there's sometimes I don't want the real thing. I'm quite happy to sit back and jerk off the porn. Like, there's some days, I'm just quite interested just to do that. There's other times, like yesterday, I just batted off and I was done in the morning. Don't you want any loving? No, not interested. And then this morning I got some loving yesterday afternoon and this morning. So each to their own. Like, I enjoy a bit of both. I mean, I understand, a prostitute, or I mean, for me, the robot thing, or the dolls, I just, to me, I don't get that. That's a bit too crazy for my liking, because it's not a real human being. It has no emotions. It's just a moving part. So, yeah. I mean, I had no objective of you doing what you do or whatever. I mean, whatever. I mean, it's all good as long as you get it, as long as you blow your load.
Yeah, I'm unwanted. Yeah, I'm unwanted contriver. You wanted to?
Okay, I shall go.
Unwanted
Okay,
contriver.
Mr. Nag Files,
Yes.
since you were talking about agriculture and farming and the survival techniques of hunting and prepping and everything, I don't know even that much about hunting and prepping, but what I know is the Chinese actually, to feed 1.4 billion mouths, what they did was a very good technique, that on the terrace or on the roof of a building they started pouring soil, so there is no seepage or anything, so they laid out gelatin plastic sheets all over the place, and then started pouring just like a greenhouse experiment or something. So they started pouring in all of that dirt and mud, the agricultural soil over that, and started making paddy fields on the top of the roof of the buildings.
Unwanted.
And the, yeah.
Do you want 3 minutes? Do you want a countdown?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, I'll start a countdown in like 5 seconds.
Okay. Here I go. So in that very paddy fields that which they developed over multi-storied buildings, they would had gathered some of the food grains like wheat, rice, maize, barley, not corn, but basically the traditional, what we call it as cash crop, wheat and rice basically. So they started growing tomatoes on the top of a building. They started growing, you know, multiple different vegetables which could be grown on the top of a building. And this is what they did in all those ghost towns and every building which they have overdeveloped over a period of time. So the Chinese example is very great. Plus, we could learn about organic farming and other forms of farming in terms of agricultural sustenance and whatnot from different countries as well. Like Brazil does it some way that we would be able to sustain. Apart from that, there is something called traditional farming, which is done with a bullock cart. They plow the field where you tie two bulls on both end of the plow, and they go around plowing the field. You just have to whip them with a hunter once in a while, and that's it. That's how you do it. After that, you could try. The thing is that farmers actually need to save seeds. In India, the Supreme Court of India actually, gave a judgment in favor against Monsanto, who used to have this genetically modified seeds and whatnot, so that the farmers, by hook or by crook or by snook, need to save seeds, so that that would become the harvest for the next year, and then save some seeds, so that becomes the harvest for the another succeeding year. That is how you break the cycle of eating GMO, genetically modified foods, or genetically engineered foods, and totally rely on dairy, poultry farming. There are horticulture. There is something called fisheries and fish farming as well in that regard. So the people would be able to eat it in those days. And there is a water supply thing. Water is the basic necessity. 70% of our body is also water. So we have a plethora of things we can discuss.
Yeah. Talking about the food shortages, it's going to be different for each country across the winter, pretty much. Hello?
Yeah.
We hear you.
Yeah, it's going to begin. It has
Iran.
begun with third world countries. You had food shortages in Sri Lanka. Now it's spreading to Pakistan, Bangladesh, some parts of India. You have South American countries who are now facing food shortages and energy shortages. I've heard about Peru. I've heard about Ecuador. I think Panama is already affected. Then once the BRICS nations put in place, their new reserve world currency, they're gonna adopt first the euro. So once the euro begins to be dumped on the on the monetary market, it's going to come back to Europe, and it's going to destroy the value of the euro. And this is where shit begins to hit the fan, by the way. I've heard it. They're gonna do it this winter. So once the euro collapses, it's going to affect the US, as the US and the euro are linked by the American American bonds. Yeah, and Europe will first go down since it's smaller, and they have no natural resources really by themselves. And because of the green parties, they refuse to anyways exploit their natural resources. So they're gonna be the first to go under the water, enjoy the Titanic. I think it's going to be France, Germany, and then once those two countries go down, the European Union will completely collapse, and the euro will disappear. Now, the chaos that will ensue after this, that will happen, that is something that is because of the nature of chaos, it's not something you can really predict. There's too much moving pieces to know what's going to happen. So there can be civil unrest, there can be civil war, there can be martial law declared. Yeah. For sure, the future is not bright because they have put in place everything to destroy what has any value in the current system. The food infrastructures and the energy infrastructures are not something you can build back like snapping your finger. It takes decades. So yeah, this is how it is. There's no turning back on it.
I want
You-
to go next, if I could.
Okay.
Okay. By Mr. Nagfile show, by the way. I am not a sub. Okay, I'm going if the timer starts. Okay. Look, I'm not a cephalogist, but I am predicting that there would be a massive food shortages, even because I don't know about Pakistan that much because they used to export wheat flour and rice and other things earlier. It is basically a corruption issue. It is not that much of a issue in Dubai and everywhere in Middle East. By the way, they try to do some sort of a hoarding and black marketing. So that is why they have brought back some of the supplies to, and it is not, it is an international issue. It runs in every nation. But the thing is, basic life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of any individual living in any nation is in jeopardy because we cannot say what we want, we cannot do what we want, we cannot pursue what we want in the advent of this supply and demand change. In that, what is going to happen is if a civil war erupts, or if the Russia Ukraine fiasco prolongs, there are going to be some heavy penalties on the global world economy, which is already recovering from COVID, and that too in United States, where if they only increase the price of fuel over there, the price of other commodities like fast moving consumer goods, etc., are also going to increase. And that's it. So I don't think for a second that it is much feasible. That is why I'm laying emphasis on reverting back to the traditional way of agriculture and farming without using any machines. That also actually gives a rise to your livestock, and you engage in four types of farming. You plant trees more to differ from someone else's farm. You do poultry farming, you do fish farming, you do dairy farming. So you could create a separate village for yourself. And as human beings, we are supposed to be in close knitted small communities. We are not designed to live in suburban and urban areas like Seattle and what else.
Cities are made to be prison places, basically. It's convenient because you have comfort, but it makes you a fucking slave of the system. Who is it going to speak next?
You're on.
Okay, well,
You're on right now, sis.
okay, well, let me say what I think about cities. So, big cities have been put in place at first for convenience and because it allows to centralize power, but you lose your touch with nature. Mm, that's why they want to put as much of the population in big cities for control, and you don't have the because when you live in big cities, you have all this comfort and all these infrastructures built to feed you. You don't have any knowledge about survival skills, about um, hunting, about harvesting, about agriculture. So if those infrastructures are taken down, um, if you don't have the internal drive to get the fuck out, you will die of starvation. and this is what is going to happen to probably 90% of the people who live in big cities. They will beg the government for food. Most of them will die. The rest will eat each other and eat rats. Some, maybe 10 to 15%, will try to flee to the countryside. Literally leave those who have enough courage. Now, who is going to talk now? AKS, you want to talk? Hello?
Well, I'll take one more timer, and then I gotta go. I'm starting to fall asleep. It's late for me. I'm not used to being up this late. But we definitely need as many people as possible to learn some preparedness. And just in being prepared, knowing that it's better to have it in case you need it than to need it and not have it. Because that's one thing that will keep people from wanting to wake up, is knowing that they're not prepared for what we're trying to tell them about. But if we can get people to be prepared for things, you know, learning how to power or generate their own electricity, learning how to prepare their own food and preserve their own food, as well as teaching them, and this is probably more important than anything, how to find and tap water from the earth to get potable water. Because if the power goes out, so does the water processing. And a lot of people will die of thirst before they die of hunger.
Yeah, but tap water.
If we're able to get people in that prepared state of mind, they'll be able to wake up to a lot more than just a global political catastrophe. They'll be able to actually have a better aim in their life and be able to walk it for not being so impulsive in their lifestyle. They'll be more conserved in their lifestyle. And we got to get people out of their feelings. Women are real good at putting men in their feelings just through simple suggestions and just a little poke here, a poke there, and it'll eat at our brains. And if we allow that and we stop processing things logically, then we're just living in the wind with them. And it really pains me to see men being emotionally impulsive and wanting to have their feelings satisfied or gratified right away. One thing that really helps us practice that is having these kind of discussions and conversation where we know we have something to say. If we can hold the thought while someone else is speaking, that's a good way to practice staying away from that instant gratification.
You know that there's things you cannot talk with people. For example, you cannot talk about female nature, hypergamy, and taking women's rights away. None of that shit can be talked in public.
Yeah. The only
Because
right
you will
the
lose
only right I'm
you will
only
lose your
concerned
job,
about just one right that women have that I think would be necessary is their right to bear arms. Because if they lost that right, they would essentially disarm half our country, or potentially. I don't know what percentage of women own guns.
It's very small.
Is it?
Yeah, women are not designed to protect anything. You must remember that. In nature, the women, once they are conquered, they spread their pussies to the conqueror. They do not fight back.
Yeah.
You
That's
you look at
that's
you look at
something that's
Nazi
been rolling
Germany and all
around.
that shit.
It's been rolling around in the back of my mind, worried that if gun rights for women were lost, then a bunch of different countries would see that as more opportunity to invade.
But most women who have guns, they use them to protect themselves against rapists. They will not use the guns to fight the government. That's what I want to say.
That's a good point.
Very
It's
few
comforting.
women.
I appreciate you pointing that out. But
Well,
yeah, I gotta head out. I'm
well,
getting sleepy.
Thank you, bro. Have a nice night. See you.
Yeah, it's been a good night.
Well, what?
And Trevor,
Yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting you earlier. I didn't mean to upset you by doing it. I was just trying to have conversation.
Yeah, but I can continue on the point of women trying to know if women will protect anything. They won't. They will submit to the government, the conqueror. Women are not creatures to protect anything. They're just creatures to breed.
Not protect anything, they protect their children.
Yes,
and
but
we protect women.
that,
There is a glaring example of,
they'll protect they'll protect their children with their submission. They will not protect their children with aggression. You know what I mean? That's not the role of
look,
women.
even in Brefault's law, which is the basis of everything, what happens is when a new lion comes after fighting and killing a male lion, and the lioness actually kills her own children or leaves them behind to mate with the new lion who has come up as the conqueror to actually be on good terms with him. Otherwise, her life would be in jeopardy. All these bunch of hyenas running around actually go away when the lion comes along. So that is the thing, and I think more than anything, men need to focus on themselves. It is high time that actually, I would say this openly: men don't love themselves enough so that they would be able to do something about themselves.
I agree.
Men don't have any self-respect at all. Women profess the idea of self-love,
Yeah.
which is basically narcissism.
Yeah.
Men
You know what?
yeah, yeah.
You know why? You know, when women use the fact that most men hate themselves to manipulate them, and they use their sexuality and what you call self-love or narcissism. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. At this point, what I want every man is the very same amount, and I would be open about it, to have the very same level of narcissism that a woman has.
But there is
Why?
one point. There is one point I can give you. When a woman rejects you because you want to have sex with her, she she sh- she should be honored that you even tried to have sex with her. You should not be ashamed even of that.
That is why I always say this concept about, oh, you are such a virgin. I mean, I don't like it. Why? Because being a virgin man is the highest virtue which you could have, because it is just a life process. It is not like your third eye is going to open or something like that. It is just that it is physical. You are
And you can,
masturbating with someone else's body. That's it.
but
It is
and you
social
can,
masturbation.
and when a woman rejects you, some of them will call you a pervert. But the definition of pervert, for example, is someone that is trying to strive you away from your religion values. It has nothing to do with wanting sex normally with a woman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this is the basic interaction of modern day men with women. Is basically women would use words against men they don't find attractive to push them away. And this is why the current world is going to, yeah, once the once an once the traditional roles between men and women, the courtship that used to be accepted back then is no longer no longer functioning normally and naturally. This is what you got, a dysfunctional society. And we need to go back to those traditional times. Of course, I don't disagree with you that men must focus on themselves. But if you want your nation to have a future, men and women must meet again and make babies. That's the only way.
Look, the thing is that era of either we are going to go into full scientific technological advancement where we could alter the biological genes of a human being, and somehow we would make men and women as equal, physiologically at least, or we are going to revert back to the age old same phenomena of hunter gatherer. And in that phenomena, what is going to happen is women eventually would have to fall in line or fall on the other side. So I'm just saying that it is a an interesting time to be alive, because the world is on the brink of something. We
Yeah,
don't know what,
I can
but
tell you,
the world
every
is on. Yeah.
it's going to technology is going to disappear for some time. That's the most probable outcome.
Or it could be available for only the top elites, the top 1% of the people, the Rothschild, the Rockefellers, you call it what you will, the BlackRock Foundation, Klaus Schwab. People call it by different names, the Illuminati, which is basically, Latin for alumbrados, basically. So
The the
it
one
could be
who
that.
the ones who bear the light, basically, of God, or of their God.
Yeah, even Albert Pike, used to say that we need to seek the energy of the morning star under his own delusion. He wrote various letters. He used to speak 16 languages or something, and he was a despicable son of a bitch as well. Uh, he wrote a letter called Morals and Dogma, and then he talked about all these Freemasonic values and shall I say what else? The three world wars. There are many things that we could address if we go into that realm of Illuminati and conspiracy theories, as people call it. It is not a conspiracy theory; it is a statement of fact, and that is why I don't
You
go too
see,
deep
you
in
can call
front
it
of the people.
you can call it the occult. It's more likely the most accurate word. The occult, the, the Illuminati
Uh,
practice the occult, the art of the.
yeah, I mean, child sacrifices where they worship the Moloch and everything. What I'm saying is, people actually are not up to the mark so that they would be able to attain all this information. They are more concerned about what they are going to have on this weekend. Are they going to go to brunch this Sunday or not? Are they going to, have food on the plate or not? So, people's needs are basic, but people need to look at the broader picture as well sometimes. traditional ways of doing things are patriarchal, where the roles are actually divided. So that is why I think that what people call as traditionalism only works if there is authority as well as responsibility.
And
If
also,
you
it's when
have,
there is no technology and too much comfort. It's linked to that.
no, I mean, look, we are the human beings who uh, discovered technology and scientific innovations, and we did whatever we want to do. So it is not that we cannot do it all over again. And even if we cannot do it all over again, so what? So what? I mean, it is not a bad thing to live in a traditional sense. I would say that I would live in a traditional sense. And you see all these chaps like Socrates and Marcus Tullius Cicero, all Lucius Vorenus, all these people act Julius Caesar. You know, just to take a few names, it actually comes from that very patriarchal, tight knit small communities. So a village should not have more than 400 people. If the people increase in a village, then it becomes a problem. That is why we have so many wars in the past, one warring tribe killing other warring tribe, and so on and so forth.
You're right, because in the like 200 years ago, most Europeans or even most humans across the world only knew about 200 people, and you could not travel more than like maybe 50 miles away because there was no transport, no. Even with the railroads, you could not travel that far. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, surely. But look, the thing is, in those communities, rape, not rape, but pandemic, rapid pandemic, and all these wars and everything actually stabilized the population imbalance or the demography imbalance. Nowadays, since we have quote unquote civilized a world where we don't need to have those age old patriarchal notions of hunter gatherer phenomena, uh, people have been taken on a ride of manifestation bullcrap, among other things. So it doesn't really matter what we do. What we need to say is the current system needs to collapse. Only
Yes,
then it would bring out the real late.
but it's
Pardon?
going to collapse. It's already the fake pandemic has been put in place to make it collapse, to bring forth the fourth industrial revolution, basically replacing the humans with AI and machines and getting rid of 90% of us.
Well, if that is the plan, then that shall be the plan. What
But
are we going to
you
do
can try to
against?
survive and not die with the rest of them. That's the best you can do
No,
because
surely.
yeah. Now I don't know if we'll be able to survive because, to be frank with you, you know that they're polluting the entire atmosphere with those chemtrails. A lot of souls have been destroyed across the surface of the earth. So to find a piece of land that is not contaminated, where you can live several decades without being even, you know, destroyed by the military, because you never know. Maybe you build, you build a homestead far away from big cities, and one day they spot you on with a fucking satellite, and they decide to send a drone to bomb you. You know. So now to find a good place and even have a chance to survive, that's random. Let's just say that. And I know it's scary, but yeah, there's nothing we can do. We can just be aware of it. That's all.
I think for a second that we should try to let us take baby steps. Let us not start running before we learn how to walk. And for that to happen, we need to take some basic baby steps in the first direction. And the first thing, which is very simplistic out of the blue, and that is to strengthen ourselves, both physically and mentally. And NoFap actually helps a lot in that, at least relating to your cerebrospinal fluid, and it increases, it enhances your testosterone levels.
You,
It
you,
does a lot of good stuff.
you know, I've been doing no fap for the past 1 month, and when you sleep, it comes out naturally. Let's just say that.
Yes. What I mean, thank you for bringing this up, because you would even see that even if we don't masturbate, nature has a way of taking out the excess sperm out of our body through a wet dream, which we call in scientific terms as nocturnal emission. So it
Yeah.
is a very good thing that our this human gadget that we have, this human body, it is very complex, and we need to understand it individually. On an individual level, I would love to be on NoFap for the rest of my life. I'm already on NoFap for more so than an year, and I tell you, I mean, many a times I see actually a wet dream coming out once every month, or twice every month sometimes, because it is so good. And I'm in my mid 30s, by the way. I'm not a young man anymore, but still, my testosterone levels are maintained. I do not have any fatigue factor when I'm working, and I'm full of energy at least till evening. On the evening, my battery of energy level actually goes down. So everyone has a right to love themselves. If women do, men do also have the right to love themselves, and
We
they
can
actually need to start
not
loving themselves by respecting themselves and doing some sort of self development for strengthening themselves to
and not
make them
watching
secure. Yeah.
not watching porn is important too, because the imagery will the more you watch that kind of shit, the more you think about that kind of shit. So you need to have your mind clear of that addiction.
Yeah, look, porn is something. Look, if people are not doing anything, then they would be watching porn. There are many things you can do in life, even as simplistic as rolling down a carpet. Okay, if you do that for 10 to 20 times in a day, you would feel some, displeasure in your spine. So, to channelize your strength, Socrates said it best: to do not fight the old, channelize your energy in building the new. The old would go away eventually, and that is what we need to do. Instead of saying stop watching porn, we should say go for jogging around the town. Go for a stroll in the evening. Don't sit at home in front of your computer. Start doing some push ups. You know, start doing some yoga. Do some meditation. Be on keto diet for a while so that when you would do that intermittent fasting, you would be able to actually attain huge benefits via cutting the weight or bulking up or things like that. So, and all of this comes under the ambit of self love. So I'm saying for the first time you have loved everyone, dear men, dear gentlemen, dear boys. You have loved everyone in your life and you have sustained nothing, not one bit. So it is about time that you start loving yourself first of all, loving your body. It is the greatest gift on this planet Earth, that is a human life that has been given to you. You are capable via your mind for doing stuff which other people cannot do, and that is why I want you to, believe in yourself and be peaceful in your mind. Once you attain that inner peace, all these, humanly or worldly desires like sex, getting into the company of a woman, that inner peace itself is the world's greatest drug, according to me. And it cannot be achieved via some chemicals or something, psychedelic drugs. It can only be achieved via being content with yourself. And you shall be content with yourself once you start loving yourself. Most of us don't love ourselves. Most of us don't respect ourselves. That is why we fall flat in face of things.
I
That's it.
understand what you mean. Basically, it's all about the power of your will. You have to train your will to be able to, no matter what, to achieve whatever you want. You must control your impulsions, your impulse control. Sorry.
If you have a very hectic schedule, for example, you are a boy who is a teenager, 13 years old or 12 years old. You should focus on getting your good grades if you are studying, and then learning some gymnastics or some, martial arts or something to defend yourself, and focusing on your body. If you have asthma, do some breathing exercises, do some pranayam and qigong and other things to render you okay, so that these things would not flare up in your youth or your, you know successive life years. If you have a bone density that is very low, then you should try to do something about it. Everyone has multiple sets of problems or human ailments that they are born with. So, first of all, let us try to get rid of the ailments or human deficiencies that we are born with. I mean, assuming that we could do anything about it at all, something is better than nothing. So, we should do something about it. And that means intense focus on yourself. Once you make a woman as a focus of your life, or a vagina as the focus of your life, your entire life weans away, disappears in front of you. So it is about time that we as men start making ourselves as the focus of our life, as to who we aspire to be, who we want to be.
I understand what you mean. You have to focus on yourself. And women should not be the primal focus of man that respects his own mind and spirit, basically.
Yes, and I think I have said enough, and I have to go now, so I have
Well,
to
thank you,
bid
man.
you a goodbye.
Goodbye,
Please,
and
yeah, shall I give you my channel link as well?
yeah, give your channel link. Seems you seem
Okay.
to like spiritual stuff and philosophy.
Yeah, spiritual stuff, philosophy, call it what you will, belief system. I'm okay with all of that. There you go. That is my channel link in the private chat. And I'm sorry I have to go now. So I would bid you a goodbye. Thanks a
Goodbye and
lot for
farewell, bro.
inviting me on the panel, and that's it. Thanks you.
See,
Thank you.
see you, bye. AKS, you want to end the live stream? Hello? Well, I think I'm going to lead this live stream. Whoever is listening, was a pleasure to be on the show. And AKS, see you around. Bye.